lined up, then we can start doing it.
JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Madison HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, in the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA Swimming and Diving live from Savage Natatorium in Godwin Hall as the JMU Dukes host the Georgetown Hoyas in women's competition while the Hoyas battle the Bulldogs of Gardner-Webb in men's action. Today's meet is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intello Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to Savage Natatorium for today's dual meet for the JMU Dukes, including the senior day. My name's John Martin. I'm joined by Brian Hansen. We'll be bringing you all the action of today's senior day activities. But first, let's head to the senior day announcements here on the pool deck.
And yes, JMU will be recognizing 5 seniors who are swimming in their final home meet here in Savage Natatorium. This year's senior class won the 2012 Colonial Athletic Association Championship and has finished second 2 other times. They've gone 38-12 in dual meet action, including a 14-1 mark against CAA foes and a 16-2 record here at Savage Natatorium. Our first senior is Shannon Dubé from South Windsor, Connecticut. Shannon is a 2-time collegeswimming.com mid-major All-American and a 2-time All-CAA honoree. In 2013, she finished 3rd in both the 200-yard breaststroke and the 200-yard individual medley at the CAA championships. Her time in the 200 individual medley is the 2nd fastest mark in school history in that event. She also owns the 2nd fastest time in program history in the 100 breaststroke and the 3rd fastest time in the 200-yard breaststroke, and is part of the relay team that owns the school record in the 200-yard medley relay. Shannon is a JMU President's List and Dean's List student and has also earned the CAA Commissioner's Academic Award as well as the JMU Athletic Director's Scholar Athlete. She is escorted by her parents, Maureen Pinkerman and Tom Dubé. Our next senior will be Mary Gargula. She's from Richmond, Virginia. Gargula owns top 10 times in 3 different events for Madison, including the 4th fastest time in the 100-yard breaststroke. She also owns the 5th fastest mark in the 200-yard breaststroke and the 8th best time in the 200 individual medley. In 2011, she finished 15th at the CAA championship meet in the 100-yard breaststroke. You can see there she's escorted by her parents Karen and John Gargula and her grandfather Daniel Moit. Our third senior will be Kelsey Holmgard. She's from Roanoke, Virginia, transferred to JMU from George Mason. You see, Kelsey is a collegeswimming.com mid-major All-American, honorable mention, and also represented JMU at the U.S. Olympic trials prior to the 2012 London Olympic Games. She owns 4 individual All-CAA accolades and 5 relay All-CAA honors, including a total of 6 All-CAA recognitions at the 2013 CAA Championships. She won gold in the 200-yard breaststroke and the 200-yard individual medley at last year's conference championship meet, and also recorded 17 individual top 3 finishes, including 10 first-place showings during dual meet competition. Kelsey owns 3 individual school records in the 200 breaststroke and the 200 and 400 individual medley, while also owning 2 other top 3 marks. She's also a member of the relay teams that hold the school record in the 200, 400, and 800 freestyle relays. She's escorted by her parents, Tom and Laura Holmgard.
And I think when you talk about Kelsey's one of those who I think is very bright for her in the swimming world. Having had that opportunity to compete at the 2012 trials, I think you can tell this year it's only fueled her fire to get even better and stronger in the tournament.
Yeah, she's got big goals to reach the NCAA tournament this year. So we'll move on to our 4th seniors, Morgan Johnson from Woodstock, Georgia. Morgan is also a mid-major All-American by collegeswimming.com as an honorable mention, and is ranked and tied for 17th that year in overall points earned at the 2011 CAA Championship meet. 9 times she has finished in the top 10 in an event at the conference championship, while also holding 4 individual top 4 program marks. Morgan owns the school record in the 500-yard freestyle, setting it as a sophomore. She also holds school marks in the 1,000 freestyle, the 1,650-yard freestyle, and the 400-yard individual medley. She's part of a team that set the school record in the 800-yard freestyle relay. Morgan is a JMU Dean's List student athlete and is escorted by her parents, Nancy and Greg Johnson. And rounding out our group of seniors, last but not least, is Addie Morrison from Williamsburg, Virginia. Addie has finished 3rd or better 11 times in meets during her career at JMU, including 6 such finishes last season as a junior and 2 more times this season. She owns the 7th fastest time in school history in the 200-yard breaststroke. Addie is a JMU Athletic Director Scholar Athlete and escorted by her parents Sonia and Bill Morrison and her sister Casey Morrison. So that is our senior class this year. Obviously a very accomplished class. They've had a ton of success in dual meet competition, a ton of success at the CAA championships. So certainly a class that JMU's got to be very proud to be honoring here in their last home meet.
And that's the thing, this group will be such a key piece heading into this year's CAA championship. JMU has already swept the meet with Delaware, William & Mary, and UNCW very decisively in all 3. And so, the Dukes, between that and the strong diving, are going to be one of the top 2 teams heading into that conference championship. And these swimmers are going to be such a key piece of JMU's chance to win another CAA title. We will now go poolside for our national anthem. beautiful rendition there of the national anthem here as we get ready for Senior Day. Now, to recap exactly how this meet's going to work, it is a dual meet for JMU on the women's side between JMU and Georgetown, and then on the men's side, as part of this, Georgetown has brought their men's team. They will be swimming against Gardner-Webb, so we will be covering both sets of action during this, but really focused on the JMU women against Georgetown. The Dukes coming in, having swept their last 3 dual meets back in November when they had the CAA pod meet here at JMU, defeating Delaware 223-110, William and Marion 223-124, and UNCW 248-105. Overall, the Dukes are 5-3 here on the year under first-year head coach Richard Longlong coming in, replacing the longtime head coach. You know, Samantha was here for so long in an institution because she was a swimmer, but Richard has stepped right in, and I know the girls really enjoying working with him. Becky Benson still running the diving program. Dan Peterson, great assistant coach. So this program's got some great stability, and with the energy coming from all the swim program, I think it's something.
Yeah, and Coach Long's come in. He was left with a great situation. Coach Smith obviously built a very strong program here at JMU. She left the program in a strong footing, having won the 2012 CAA championship and finished second 2 of the other 3 years that the senior class has been here. She's done a tremendous job setting it up for Coach Long, and he's really come in and hit the ground running, building on the strength that they left them.
So how this meet will work is the women will swim an event, the men will follow, and so they'll go back and forth, and we're opening here with the 200-yard medley relay.
Yeah, our first event, medley relay. You'll have 4 swimmers each swimming a different stroke. Swimming for JMU in the very first relay. In lane 1 will be Jackie Crawford, teaming up with Maddie Murphy, Carly Milano, and Cameron Martin. JMU in lane 3 will have Nina Tremels, Jennifer Vini, Shannon Dubé, and Susan Ginger swinging the closing lap. In lane 5 for JMU will be Casey Edsel, Ashley Clark, Mary Gargula, and Camilla Zulata. And in lane 7, Stephanie Clark with Emma Richer, Melissa Crisculo, and Kristen Zelinsky. Georgetown will be in lanes 4 and 6 for this event. So they're only swimming 2 teams. JMU's throwing 4. Obviously, this is about a month and a half before the CAA championship, and JMU's trying to see a bunch of combinations, see who's swimming well for which event, so they can start to set their lineup for that CAA championship meet.
Yeah, the mark this year is the best mark for JMU. 140.26, set at the Georgia Tech invite that JMU won with Edsel, Juan Dubé, and Ginger. And that's good enough for a B-level qualifier for the NCAA, so they've already got a provisional qualifier, and they'll have to wait to see where they rank to potentially get into that regional. But for JMU, already having one of those relays in is a great thing, just at least to have an opportunity to get it done.
And as you mentioned, that time between Edsel, Juan, Dubé, and Ginger is the school record for this event. So relays are always an event you got to pay attention to. You never know when a school record's going to fall because it's a sprint for everybody, so you're not conserving energy for other events or future meets. You're kind of throwing everything you got at it. So.
Cheering on their fellow competitors as we get ready to start the senior day here at the Natatorium. Glad you're here with us on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Dukes fans can connect with the JMU Alumni Association on social media for news and updates on events, programs, and awards. Follow the association on Twitter at JMU Alumni. Become a fan on Facebook at facebook.com/JMU Alumni. And join the LinkedIn community keyword JMU Alumni Association.
And just so you know, the order of events for the medley relay, they'll start out with the backstroke, go into the breaststroke, butterfly, and then bring it home with the freestyle.
First leg is the backstroke, as they start in the pool for the backstroke.
And you'll want to keep an eye on the teams in the middle of the pool. Usually your strongest swimmers for each event are in the middle of the pool. So for JMU, lane 5 would be a lane to keep an eye on. Casey Etzel will start it off with the backstroke.
And they're off first leg of the meet.
And the
JMU
pool
out to that early lead.
Yep,
as you were talking about, out at lane 5, first touch there.
And the JMU pool, Savage Natatorium, is 25 yards long as a standard college pool. So for the 200, they'll be making trips up and back for each event. I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
And so now we're moving on to the breaststroke.
So JMU came out in that first leg, 27-13 in lane 5, and then close behind in their second squad in lane 7, 27-57. So JMU off to an early lead. And as you can see there by the stagger of the lanes, JMU's got all 4 of their teams are in the lead over Georgetown at this time. Now into the butterfly leg. Out in lane 5, Ashley Clark leading off for JMU.
And it is the team in lane 5 holding the lead, slightly over lane 3. But the JMU's top 3 teams, and really all 4 of their teams, really swimming a strong 150 yards so far.
They've made the turn coming for home. Last leg of the medley relay.
Susan Ginger in lane 5 for JMU. She's been excellent in the final leg of relay events for JMU so far this year, and she'll touch the wall first. And the JMU relay team in lane 5, 146.68. Well off their school record pace, but a very good swim for JMU to get off to a strong start here today.
Yeah, top 4 on the relay, all JMU. So a good start to this meet, and now the men will hit the pool.
Yeah.
Georgetown and Gardner-Webb going at it.
We'll take a quick look at the lineups. Georgetown will be in lanes 2, 4, and 6. Gardner-Webb's in lanes 3 and 5. Starting after the lead leg in lane 2 for Georgetown is Jack Muehlhauser. Georgetown will have Mike Young in lane 4 and Michael No in lane 6. In lanes 3 for Gardner-Webb will be Taft Kellum, and in lane 5, Connor Boss.
So again, this is a double duel meet with the women taking on Georgetown, the JMU women, and then the men of Georgetown and Gardner-Webb joining in. So it'll be a split meet here.
Yeah, you can really view it as 2 separate meets that don't have anything to do with each other, because JMU's facing Georgetown in the women's side, and the men's side it'll be Georgetown and Gardner-Webb going at each other. But they just kind of decided to all meet here in Harrisonburg and swim with each other. So here we come down to the stretch of the breaststroke. It'll be lane 5, Gardner-Webb touching first, Jordan Denmark, handing off to Matt Anderson from Gardner-Webb. And it's still the Gardner-Webb team in lane 5 with a slight lead over the Georgetown team in lane 4. Real race appears to be for 3rd place between Gardner-Webb in lane 3 and Georgetown in lane 6.
Yeah, the Gardner-Webb swimmer there out to about a 2-length lead. They just kind of stretched this lead out throughout, and no doubt they're going to take this one home. They're in lane 5, touching in 133.43.
And that would be Nathan Lyle from Gardner-Webb touching the wall first for the Gardner-Webb team.
Georgetown in 2nd in lane 4 at 137.02. So pretty significant win there for Gardner-Webb in that 200 medley relay.
And then we'll go into the women's 1,000-yard freestyle. After a quick warm-down swim, they'll all take a 25-yard, and then we'll jump into 1,000 freestyle. Swimming for JMU will be Amy Hooper in lane 3. She's been really strong this year. And in lane 5 for JMU, Morgan Johnson. In lane 7, Claire Adkins. Swimming for Georgetown in lane 2 will be Emily Hall. In lane 4, Nicole Trinaloni. And in lane 6, Shannon McNulty. We'll also try during this swim to get you a look at an interview with Coach Becky Benson, the diving coach. So I will step aside, go grab Coach Benson for you, John, and you can get us started with the 1,000 freestyle.
Sounds good. As we get ready here for the 100-yard freestyle for JMU in lane 3, Amy Hooper. In lane 5, Morgan Johnson. In lane 7, Claire Adkins. For Georgetown in lane 2, Emily Hall. In lane 4, Nicole Trinalone. And lane 6, Shannon McNulty. So JMU out, 1,000-yard freestyle, about a 10-minute race here. So this is all about the pacing and getting after it and making sure that you are able to finish strong.
Okay.
So JMU out to early lead as they're going to be at it for a little while. We are joined by head diving coach Becky Benson. And Coach, welcome to the broadcast. Let's talk a little bit about your diving program. You really have established a quality program that year in, year out is sending divers to the zones and then sometimes to the NCAA. Talk about what you've really instilled in these ladies.
First off, thank you for having me, John. I think the main component of my team is not so much what I know about the sport of diving, but I just try to start off in the basis of love. It's like what I tell my kids before every competition is, regardless of how you do, I love you no matter what. And then I think what that breeds in them is a little more relaxation and the ability to have a lot more fun at what they're doing.
Talk about what it's meant to have athletes who have continued to go on and represent the institution so well. You know, Nicole Jotso, who's done some broadcasts with us, and Kim Helfrich and those, and how they're an ambassador to help you in the recruiting world a little bit.
Absolutely. And again, I think what happened in both those instances in terms of divers who came to me, not necessarily at the top of their sport, but with a strong desire to get better, to learn, both in the pool and in the classroom, and just they embraced the culture of JMU to its fullest extent, and then they allowed me to help them get better. And I have to also just give thanks to my athletic administration for supporting the sport of diving as much as they do. It just allows me, it just makes my job a lot easier.
Numerous times CAA Diving Coach of the Year. You know, and yeah, all coaches get a little embarrassed when they hear those kind of things. Talk about this year's divers, though. Talk about what the development of them. You know, you've got Alex Savage, who's a veteran. She's kind of battling a little bit of injury right now. Then you've got Taryn, who's done very well for you as a redshirt freshman. Just talk about your divers this year and what's making them a quality group.
This group is very young. My oldest diver, Alex Savage, is only a junior, and then I'm filled with freshmen and one sophomore. And I think, again, what it is just keeping those lines of communication open with them. And, you know, when they come to me with an issue, having them make decisions for themselves and talking to their teammates. But I think, again, what it comes down to is when we go to competitions, we see a lot of times where other teams just don't have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in and outside the pool, and it makes all the difference in the world.
And you can tell that with the pre-meet cheer and stuff. They have their own way of getting after it and getting ready for the meet. Talk about a little bit about transition. You'd worked with Samantha for so long, and now you've got Richard on board. Talk a little bit about not so much the adjustments, but just how it's, environment's changed, or has it really at this point in time?
It's changed a little bit. Sam and I worked together for 7 years, and we had a great relationship. It was one of mutual respect in terms of the two different sports. It's one program, but they are separate sports, and we were both willing to be educated on what the other needed in terms of how to make us both the best that we could be. And Richard, it's just a little bit different dynamic, of course. He's a different person, but thankfully he came from a previous program that valued diving just as much as Samantha did. And so it's been, easy for me to let him be aware of what my kids need at this level that they've reached. What kind of meets we need to go to, kind of training we need to do to continue going and making the NCAAs more than just a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We want to make that a more consistent happening.
Okay, 1 meter is completed earlier. Give us your impressions. Jamie went 1, 2, 3, 4. Alex winning it, Taryn in second. Give me your impressions of how they did in that diving session.
For me, once again, they did better than I expected. And I think we're getting back into our groove as we get closer to the conference meet of, we're starting to do less dives. We're really focusing on the fine-tuning. And Alex, I couldn't be more proud of her because she is in a lot of pain. And essentially what she did was she took all that pain, put it in a box, slammed the lid, and said, I'm going to qualify myself for the NCAA qualifying meet today, and she did it. So she is going to the NCAA qualifying meet. My expectations for her are to qualify. She is that good.
And that's amazing when you're dealing with an injury as a diver, especially her injury. That's such a major impact in your ability to dive.
It absolutely is. Hers is a back injury, so every time you pound on that diving board, which is all day, every day, it is just, it's basically crushing the spine and crushing the injury she has. And she has never cried. She has never said to me, I can't do this. She just sits, she cheers constantly, and she put focused her mind today, and I haven't seen her dive this well since last year.
Quick recap right now where we are in the 1,000 meter. Amy Hooper in the lead for JMU. Morgan Johnson currently in second as there are 7 minutes into this race. A quite lengthy race, no doubt. This one would exhaust me without a doubt. What are you looking at with your young divers that over the next several weeks heading into the CAs and hopefully into the zone diving, what are you looking for the youngsters to do in that interim?
I'm just looking for them to simply trust in me that I have trained them properly, and to trust and to carry that trust over to themselves. A lot of what diving is about is mental. It's a very fear-based sport, and so they have to simply believe that what I say in terms of, this dive is a good dive for you, or you can do this dive, that they just simply believe that and believe that they have the athletic ability to achieve that. I know they do. They have to believe that. And it does take about a 5-week period of time to fine-tune that. We've been working on it, of course, since they got here in August, but it does take that last 5-week period. We've got a couple more meets, and they'll definitely be ready to go as they are every year.
Now, I got to ask you one kind of interesting question. Who is your favorite diver you've ever gotten to watch dive?
Golly, without a doubt, on the men's side, Greg Louganis. I grew up in California. Our clubs were rival clubs. He came to our pool a couple times, and there was just no other diver that compared to him in strength and gracefulness and beauty. On the women's side, I think one of the best divers I've ever seen has been Allison Brennan, a former USC Gamecock and world champion. But just, again, I like the grace and aesthetic beauty of diving, and both of those two were two of the most beautiful divers I've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember watching Greg dive so many times. I remember when he hit the board.
Oh, gosh.
And that one, and how he returned and just got it out. I have the utmost respect for what he has been as a diver. I've loved watching him dive. It was one of the things I used to always love watching in the Olympics, was watching, knowing when Greg Louganis was out there that you were going to get an amazing show.
Absolutely.
So, Becky, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the year.
John, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And now we're back. We're into the late parts of this race. About 4 lengths to go here in the race for the 1,000 meters. Again, JMU out front. Amy Hooper in the lead, followed closely by Morgan Johnson. So they are on to the bell lap. 2 more lengths to the pool. JMU currently 1-2. Georgetown 3 and 4.
Well ahead. They've lapped the Georgetown swimmers. Amy Hooper's got a big lead. She's a full lap ahead of the Georgetown swimmers. So she's coming down. She'll touch the wall here with Morgan Johnson right behind her.
Nice 1-2 finish there for JMU.
Amy Hooper finishes in a time of 10:25.68. Good swim for her.
10:34.14 for Morgan Johnson. So a pair of nice swims there in the 1,000 freestyle.
Amy, a little off her career best time, is done in 10 minutes 14 seconds, but she's got a ways to go before we reach the CAA championship. She's really just trying to build up that stamina, be ready to have a final kick when we get to conference championship meet, which this year will be held in College Park, Maryland, as opposed to the George Mason, which had been hosting the meet for a long time, but we're moving it to College Park, Maryland this year.
And Morgan Johnson just 4 100ths off her career best, 10:34.14, her career best at 10:34.10 against Radford earlier this year. Now the men will go for their 1,000 meter freestyle.
So we just have 3 swimmers in this event.
I think we got a few more. I think they just didn't make the original meet list. So.
Yeah, they may have had some late adjustments, but take a look at who we've got listed. For Georgetown in lane 2 will be Jamie Gallagher. In Georgetown lane 4 will be Austin Evanson, and in lane 6, Greg Romanov. It appears we didn't get Gardner-Webb swimmers for this event, so they must have been deciding between some swimmers late into their warm-ups.
And Gardner-Webb in lanes 3, 5, and 7 for this race.
I think we're looking to grab Dane Peterson, the associate head coach from swimming team, so I'll go grab him for you, John, while we get early into this race.
And again, we're here live at Savage Natatorium on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Love hearing about JMU? Subscribe to Madison Update, the e-newsletter of the JMU Alumni Association. Madison Update provides monthly news covering events and programs on campus and features of alumni and university success. Subscribe to Madison Update at jmu.edu/alumni. Again, a dual meet here. JMU taking on Georgetown on the women's side. Georgetown brought their men and are swimming against Gardner-Webb here at Savage Natatorium today. Glad you're with us. John Martin alongside Brian Hansen on senior day here for the Dukes. And we are joined now by assistant head coach Dane Peterson. And coach, first off, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Talk a little bit about, there's always a little bit of transition when you change from coaches. Talk a little bit about the transition and any of the adjustments that have been made with Richard now taking over the lead of the program.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when there's change, you know, you kind of have to figure, you know, when Richard came in, I had to figure out or both of us really working together had to figure out, you know, what direction did he want to take the program? What changes did he want to make? You know, he did a really great job of asking what have we done here and incorporating a little bit of the old and then, of course, all of his new ideas. So I think that whole process and transitioning takes some time. You got to be patient. There's so many different avenues, whether it's coaching the girls or recruiting or just administrative duties or reassigning things amongst the staff. So there's so many different areas and you can't get to them all at once. You know, you kind of prioritize and do the ones that are the most important first and then get through it. So I think that transition period always takes a little bit of time. Maybe takes a little bit longer than you want it to happen, but through that whole process, you're always learning. You know, Richard's learning me, he's learning Becky, we're learning him, we're learning his expectations, the girls are learning. So there's a lot of newness, which also creates a lot of excitement. So it's not a bad thing. You know, I think that newness, while it might sound, oh, well, did we know what was going on? We always knew what was going on, and we always knew what our goals were, where we were going, and how we wanted to get there. It was just all the little pieces kind of going down that path that we were kind of learning together. So, you know, there is a transition, and I would say we're still living through that transition. You know, there's still new things every day, every week as we approach new kind of benchmarks in the season. So, but I think that keeps it exciting and new for the girls, for the staff, for all of us.
How much did it help to have the holiday trip down south for helping everybody adjust even more and become closer as a group?
Our Florida training trip is always really nice because all they have to do is swim. You know, all they have to do is training. And it's nice, you know, they don't have the stress of school, academics, you know, just day-to-day stuff. It's just a controlled environment. You know, we're there to train and have fun, really. So, you know, through the semester, we have certain girls who have class conflicts with practice, you know, due to their academic schedule. You know, the freshmen are still getting, used to everything. So there's still a lot of newness, and it's kind of just where you circle the wagons and you can just kind of focus on us and come together. So it eliminates a lot of that peripheral stuff. The girls have just been home for the break, so they've seen their families. They've gotten to spend time with them over the holidays. You know, they're not homesick, so they're fresh from that, and they're excited to see each other again. And then all we really have to do is focus on swimming. So it's kind of nice because we almost become very single-minded, and being able to just focus on training as opposed to all these other peripheral things going along really helps us to kind of learn each other more and kind of, like you said, move that transition along and kind of really come together as a cohesive group.
Now, the Florida training trip, I'm guessing you weren't in the pool 14 hours a day.
No.
What else did you guys do on the trip?
We have either a weight room session or a dry land or a cardio session outside the water for about an hour in the morning, and then we have a 2-hour workout, and then we have another 2-hour workout in the afternoon. So it's only about 5 hours of working out a day. In between, there's a lot of napping, a lot of eating. We go to the beach on them days that it's nice. So the girls, you know, in the middle of December, or at the end of December and the beginning of January, it's nice to be in 80-degree weather and in the sun. So they want to capitalize the most as possible. Yet they also know there's an afternoon practice coming up. So a lot of them just like to sleep in the sun. So it's a lot of downtime when we're not training. But we also do things like team meals. We had a team bonding event out on the beach. We also did an open water swim as a team, which was fun. That was something different. Some of the girls go to the bookstore, you know, they go shopping, they, you know, just kind of, it's really laid back when we're not training. So it's kind of nice, and everybody can kind of just do what they want and just kind of take a collective breath, so which is nice. So
I did notice there were some tans
yes,
as the ladies have returned to the pool.
Well, especially with the, you know, news of negative temperatures that we were returning to as we just got through with this polar vortex. Everybody was maximizing 70 to 80 degree weather when we knew what we were coming home to, which was about 100-degree difference in temperature. So yeah, a lot of sunbathing.
Now, you're incredibly familiar with the CAA, having been here as long as you have. Give me your assessment of where the team is at this time and looking forward towards the CAA championship.
You know, I think we're in a really good spot. Obviously, you know, we always say the season seems to go slowly at first and then pick up momentum. You know, it's October and November. We sometimes call the dog days. It just, you know, it's starting to get cold outside. It's starting to get dark. The days are shorter, and, you know, it's just kind of that training period where you got to put the work in. And then all of a sudden, it's Thanksgiving break, and then the girls come back and it's finals week, and then it's Christmas break, and then Christmas training trip, and then we come back and we are where we are. And all of a sudden, CAAs is 6 or 7 weeks away. So the fast forward button really starts to get pressed. But I think the girls, getting back to your question, are in a really great spot. The team is as tight as they've ever been all year long. Our girls have worked really hard when they were down in Florida, which creates a lot of momentum going into the second semester. They did the work they needed to do when they were down there to put themselves in a position to have a successful end-of-season meet at the CAA championship.
Who, if you had to give us one that might be that dark horse to kind of watch for as the season kind of winds up, who would it be?
Just one?
Okay, you can give me a couple. I'll let you give me a couple.
I'm going to try my best to cop out of this question and not give you a single name so I don't look foolish or put undue pressure on anybody. But I will just say that there's some underclassmen, some freshmen and sophomores that I think have done some really, really good work and have put themselves in a position to not only surprise a lot of people, but I think surprise themselves as well. You know, I think they're confident. The people that I have in mind that will still remain unnamed they've done the work and they know they've done the work, but I don't think they quite realize how fast they really can be, and I think they're going to surprise themselves, and which was always one of the most exciting things, when somebody swims a time and they didn't even really think that was possible, you know, and just that is one of the greatest feelings I think in this sport from a performance standpoint. And I do think there are some in kind of those underclassmen that if everything goes right, I think it could be really exciting.
Now, one last question. How important was it, and it's always important to win, but to sweep that CAA pod meet here the way you guys did?
I agree. I think it is important, especially when we're at home. You know, we really value our home meets. We don't get a ton of them, so when we're here and we get to kind of host and put on a show, we really like to take care of business. I think our girls swim a little bit up when they're at home because they really cherish and value those. But I think it just, I don't know if it sends a statement. I think we have respect along the CAA. I think everybody respects our program and respects what we do and how we do things. So, you know, I think it was important to win, but I think a lot of other positive things came out of that, as far as, you know, whether it was relay victories or performing well in certain events that maybe we're not as strong in, or just putting together a team front on a home level in front of CAA teams. I think it's always good. But, yeah, you always like to win in front of your home crowd.
And I got one last question for you. I asked Becky kind of a similar one. Who is your favorite swimmer you've ever watched all time?
Oh, wow. Watched? Man, that's put me on the spot. There's been a lot of great swimmers. Michael Phelps is like the most boring answer I could possibly give, but the man has just done some amazing things in the water that no one else has ever done. I think in person, I'm gonna be a homer a little bit here and be a little sentimental, but in person, one of the most amazing people I've ever had the benefit to coach and watch and just has done some things that I didn't think were possible was Ava Hannestad. You know, it was just, she just had a lot of talent, and just the way that she went about her business was, it was just amazing and a lot of fun to coach. And I almost just felt like I was a spectator watching her. I didn't really even feel like I was her coach. It was just, she did some amazing things in the water. Her, and then Andrea Crisculo's senior meet, that was one of the more special times I've had on deck as a coach as well.
Well, Dane, we appreciate you taking some time away from the meet to talk with us.
Anytime. Thanks for being here.
Good luck the rest of the year.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, Dane Peterson, assistant coach here for the JMU swim program, as the men have wrapped up their 1,000-meter race. And we will get ready for the women's 200-yard freestyle for JMU. In lane 1, Cameron Martin. In lane 3, Kristen Zielinski. In lane 5, Kelsey Holmgard. And in lane 7, Jackie Crawford. Holmgard, of course, Olympic trials qualifier in 2012, and just continues to get better and better and better. And Brian, it just seems like this program, Samantha had put it in such a great position, and with having the stability of Dane and Becky here, and now Richard coming in with some new thoughts, and having been at a quality program like Auburn, we'll talk with Richard here in a little while. It just seems like this program the sky's the limit at this point.
Yeah, and you mentioned Richard Long. It's not only a quality program, it's probably the best swimming program in the country. Auburn has won a bunch of national championships on the men's and women's side. They had won, before last year, I think 9 straight SEC titles in men's and women's. So they've been a dominant program, and he's come in. And again, you said the cohesion of having Dane Peterson stick around as the associate head coach and Becky sticking with the diving program. It's really, he could come in and tinker rather than completely rebuild, because he knew they were in a good situation before he ever even got here.
JMU lane 3, Kristen Zielinski in first at the turn. Kelsey Holmgard just right behind her, 0.02 of a second separating them after the first turn.
And those are two swimmers at JMU building through not just recruiting but also getting some transfers. Kristen Zielinski came from Nova Southeastern, and Kelsey Holmgard originally started at George Mason before coming here after her freshman year. So, many ways to get quality swimmers here, and JMU certainly branched out and found different ways to bring in some quality swimmers to their program.
And we're glad Kelsey made that switch, go get away from Mason to come to the better school here in Virginia.
And Kelsey, a 2-time CAA champion last year, won 2 events up on the podium. So quality swimmer, quality person. I've had a chance to talk with her a few times, and, was definitely a right person to send to the Olympic trials to represent JMU on a more national scale. And she's not the only, national and international success JMU's had since Sam Smith got here. Obviously, they had Ava Hannestadter, who swam in the London Olympics for Iceland as part of the relay team. So JMU doing more than just swimming on the, college level and the CAA level.
JMU going 1-2-3. Kelsey Holmgard finishing in 1:54.13. In second, Kristen Zielinski, 1:54.92, and in third, Cameron Martin, 1:55.15. So JMU goes 1-2-3.
And JMU 1:54.13. It's a good time for JMU. A little bit off the top 10 times, but it's showing that JMU went down to Florida where they had their training trip and got a chance to really build some of their stamina, their strength. And they're really close to some of these top 25 times. And by the time they hit that CAA championship meet, they'll be ready to start putting up some school records.
And for Zielinski, that is a season best swim at 1:54.92. Her previous best, 1:55.46 at the Georgia Tech Invite. And same with Cameron Martin, 1:55.15 is a season best, 1:55.72 at the West Virginia Invite. Her previous time.
Now we'll go to the men's heat of the 200-yard freestyle. Swimming in lane 1 for Georgetown will be, for Gardner-Webb will be Luke Denman. In lane 2, Will Lawler from Georgetown. Lane 3, we got Tate Warden from Gardner-Webb. Lane 4, Georgetown's David Chung. Lane 5, Nathan Lyle from Gardner-Webb. Lane 6 is Georgetown William Leach. Lane 7, Hal McKay from Gardner-Webb. And in lane 8 from Georgetown, Cal Rohde.
And here at JMU, the lanes go from 1 to 8 from the bottom of your screen to the top. So lane 1 is at the bottom of your screen and lane 8 at the top. Here shortly also we'll recap the 1-meter diving competition for the women that was held prior to the start of the swimming portion of today's meet. JMU going 1, 2, 3, 4 in that session.
Not uncommon to see JMU at the top of the lifts and diving events. Coach Benson's done a great job building that program. This year, you've seen Taryn McLaughlin and Olivia Lehman and Alex Savage at the top of the list a lot, but it was previous years you had Kim Helfrich, who had gone to the NCAA championship, and Nicole Jotzo and Jessie Everett. So a lot of great divers have come through for Coach Benson in her time leading the diving program.
And as Coach Benson mentioned earlier, Alex Savage did win, and as she is battling a back injury. She qualified today for the Zone Diving Championships with her performance. So congratulations to Alex, and hopefully she'll be able to get a little time now to rest that back a little bit and make it a little more healthy. So Gardner-Webb goes 1-2 in lane 5.
Nathan Lyle from Gardner-Webb will win the event, finishing first. And in lane 3, it was Tate Warden finishing second. And the men will take a quick warm down, and we'll move on to our next event, which is the 100-yard backstroke. JMU throwing just 3 swimmers, this time in the 100-yard backstroke. Susan Ginger will be in lane 3, Nina Tremels in lane 5, and Carly Milano in lane 7. For Georgetown in lane 4, Emma Kamen, and in lane 6, Molly Gaynor. And I think if you've looked at this swim program over the years, backstroke has been one they've been really trying to build some strength in. It hasn't been their big point getter for them in the CAA championship, but it's one they've been trying to find some depth and some strength. And I think they've found some quality swimmers to swim this event for them over the last couple of years. And going into this year, Casey Edsel's probably been their number 1 backstroker, but they've found strength and depth through a number of swimmers.
And again, JMU in lanes 3, 5, and 7. Lane 3 at the bottom of your screen, lane 7 at the top. A clean start for this event. Suzanne Ginger out to the lead down in the bottom of your screen in lane 3.
And Ginger's been one who's been really strong in the sprint freestyle events, but I guess they're trying her out in another event, one she hasn't swam a whole lot, but she's certainly showing her strength as she's out to a quick lead here.
Ginger turns in 27.87 with the lead. In lane 7, Carly Milano, 29.38 in second. And in lane 5, Nina Tremels for JMU, 29.64 in third. Again, this is a 4 length of the pool, so they're coming down here on the home stretch. And Ginger will touch in 57.46. Nice time there for her.
A career best time for her, and it actually qualifies as the 9th best time in school history in the 100-yard backstroke. So she broke her previous career best of 57.63.
And second in lane 7, Carly Milano, 1 minute 36 seconds. And that surpasses her season best at Radford that was 1 minute 48, 1 minute .48. So a couple of very nice swims there for JMU in that event. Now the men will hit the pool for their 100-yard backstroke. For Gardner-Webb in lane 1, Joe McGregor. In lane 3, Taft Callum. In lane 5, Connor Boss. In lane 7, Brandon Searle. For Georgetown in lane 2, Jack Muehlhauser. In lane 4, Mike Ling. In lane 6, Mike Young. And in lane 8, Evan Gray. Again, we appreciate you joining us here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. JMU fans can become invested in Madison's future by making a gift to the university. There are more than 2,200 funds at JMU covering scholarships, program support, academic departments, and facility enhancements. Learn how you can make an investment in JMU's future at jmu.edu/give. Again, we'll be with you here for hopefully the entire rest of the meet. We will have a diving session. We have a 3-meter diving session coming up. And a reminder that later today on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association, going live at 3:50, the JMU men's basketball team, defending CAA champion, takes on Delaware here at the Convocation Center. You can watch it on Comcast Sportsnet in the Mid-Atlantic area. And if you're outside the Mid-Atlantic, you can watch on Madison HD Sportsnet. And then tomorrow, the JMU women host Delaware at 2 o'clock at the Convocation Center. We encourage you to get out, check out the Dukes. This is a battle between two quality programs that have gone at it the last several years for the CAA title. Delaware coming in with a 2-0 mark in league play.
Not only that, a 44-game winning streak counting regular season and conference tournament in the CAA. They had 2 straight unbeaten years. Last time they lost was to JMU in the 2011 CAA championship team. Featured Dawn Evans and Lauren Jimenez, Jaleesa Taylor, Courtney Hamner, that whole crew. So it's been a while since Delaware's lost, and I know Kenny's looking forward to renewing the battle between the two programs. If you talk to Kenny, he's fond of saying that he's, one of the only coaches besides Tina Martin that's disappointed to see Elena Deladon go, because she lifted the entire conference to new heights, and he enjoyed those battles. But I'm sure it'll be another quality battle. Delaware's got another very good player in Kelsey Buchanan, so that'll be a quality basketball matchup.
And especially for JMU right now, this is, with Coach Brooks, they've been to the postseason 8 straight years. This is one that it's a rivalry he enjoys. He talked about earlier this week at the weekly press and fan luncheon about Tina Martin and the Delaware Blue Hens and how he really enjoys the rivalry and coaching against her, as they've become the 2 preeminent programs in the CAA, and both teams already with 10 wins this year. So it's going to be one heck of a game at the Convocation Center tomorrow, and I encourage everyone that can to get out or check it out on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Is free. You can also download the app on your iPhone, iPad, or Android device. And you do get live video streaming on the iPad with a subscription to get the premium account, but well worth it to be able to watch it in high definition. So we appreciate all the support of the JMU Alumni Association being the presenting sponsor of Madison HD Sportsnet.
We had a little delay before this meet, but we're back at it with the men swimming in the 100-yard backstroke. And we're coming down to touch the wall in lane 5. It'll be Connor Boss from Gardner Webb finishing first to win the event.
In second in lane 4, Michael Ng in 53.70. In third in lane 2, Jack Muehlhauser of Georgetown, 54.18. Your top 3 finishers in the men's 100-yard backstroke. We'll now go to the women's 100-yard breaststroke for JMU. In lane 1, Amanda Presgraves. In lane 3, Emma Ricker. In lane 5, Mary Gargula. And in lane 7, Maddie Murphy. For Georgetown, in lane 2, Rosemary Christian. In lane 4, Mary Ellen Campbell. And in lane 6, Allison Fullenwider.
And the breaststroke has been a strength for JMU over the last few years, especially this year. I mean, they're not even throwing their 2 top finishers from this year so far. Sinhei Wan and Kelsey Holmgard have been 2 of the best swimmers in this event in the conference, and JMU's got the depth that they can throw, 6 different people in this event and feel confident that they're going to give them a quality swim.
Clean start into this race. Again, lane 1 at the bottom of your screen, lane 8 at the top of your screen. 7 swimmers in this event. 100-yard breaststroke is 4 lengths of the pool.
Mary Gargula, one of our seniors here. She is swimming in lane 5. She's had a lot of success in this event. And again, JMU's been able to throw a lot of different swimmers in this event.
Amanda Presgraves touches in first at the turn, 31.99. Good start to the race for her.
School record, which is always something you want to be paying attention to when we're talking about the breaststroke for JMU. 1 minute, 0.29 seconds owned by Sinhei Wan. Not swimming it here today, but I'm sure when we get to conference meet, she'll be looking to better that time. And it is the strength for JMU because it was Sam Smith when she was here, what she swam for JMU. Finishing first for JMU, 1 minute, 6 seconds, 0.93. In lane 1, Amanda Presgraves finishing first. In second, it was lane 5, Mary Gargula. And in third, in lane 3, it was Emma Ricker. So, again, JMU goes 1, 2, 3 to finish first in the event.
And for Gargula, season best 108.06, surpassing her time at the Georgia Tech invite of 109.23. So a good improvement there for Gargula, chopping more than a second off her previous best. The men will now take to the pool for the 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 3, Philip Leonard for Gardner-Webb. Jordan Denmark in lane 5 for Gardner-Webb, and Ryan Palmer in lane 7. For Georgetown in lane 4, Christian Kilgore, and in lane 6, Michael Smilgeski. Again, 4 lengths of the pool. Down and back is 2, so they'll take 3 turns and finish it up. Best time for this heat entering the event, Christian Kilgore from Georgetown, 56.68, his seed time. Again, we're glad you're with us here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. I'm John Martin, joined by Brian Hansen here poolside as the Dukes celebrate Senior Day, taking on Georgetown, while the Georgetown men take on Gardner-Webb in a dual meet as well. Later on in the meet, we will talk with Kelsey Holmgard.
Hey, Coach Richard Long. We'll try and get Alex Savage from the Diving Dukes in. Maybe grab a couple other seniors if we get some time to speak with some of them as well, as we're honoring our seniors here on Senior Day.
And as well, talking to head coach Richard Long in his first year here as the leader of the program. Already making a mark with having won that CA pod meet before the break over Delaware, William & Mary, and UNCW.
And finishing first in lane 5, it'll be Jordan Denmark from Gardner-Webb. Second in lane 4 was Christian Kilgore. And third in lane 3 is Philip Leonard. So 1, 2, 3. Gardner-Webb takes 2 of the top 3 spots. And we'll jump right in back into the pool with the women with the 200-yard butterfly. Swimming for JMU in lane 3 is Amy Hooper. Lane 5, Melissa Crisculo. And for Georgetown in lanes 2, it'll be Jessica Gandiosi. In lane 4, Jillian Carter. In lane 6, Lauren Ward. And in lane 8, Emily Hall. Certainly for JMU, Amy Hooper in lane 3. And Missy Crisculo in lane 5. Been pretty strong in this event in the past. Melissa Crisculo, Coach's sister, Andrea Crisculo, owns the school record in this event. She graduated last year, and Melissa following right behind her in her footsteps, writing her own legacy in this event.
Again, another clean start to the race. .200-meter butterfly. We'll also be having in a little while the 3-meter diving event. We'll complete the fly here, and then we'll go to the 50-meter free, and then we will hit the 3-meter diving event for both the women and the men. Have a chance to talk with head coach Richard Long.
It'll take
several other athletes.
Take them a little while to set up the pool, and the divers will warm up for a little while. So we'll have a good chance to talk to Coach Long and maybe grab a swimmer if we have a little more time while they're warming up before we hit the diving boards. We've reached the halfway mark. It's lane 5. It's Melissa Crisculo out in front. JMU in second as well in lane 3 with Amy Hooper.
Crisculo making the turn in first. In second, Amy Hooper there in lane 3, and in third, in lane 4, Jillian Carter from Georgetown.
Amy Hooper's been a swimmer who's really stepped up for JMU this year. They had some graduations in the distance, and she's really done a good job in swimming the mile, the 1,650-yard freestyle, the 1,000 freestyle, and the 500. But they've also expanded her role a little bit to swim some of the medley, individual medley, some in the butterfly. So she's been a strong contributor for JMU this year in her junior season.
So Crisculo touches the wall in first in 2:08.71. Hooper in second at 2:10.15. And third, Jillian Carter from Georgetown, 2:15.50. So fairly decisive 1-2 for JMU in the event.
It's been commonplace for JMU this year, finishing. They've been really dominant here at Savage Natatorium, as you mentioned. The CAA pod meet, they went 3-0, won a large portion of those events. I think it was 16 events, and they won 10 of them among the 4 teams. So certainly more than their share. They were dominant here at Savage Natatorium.
And as you heard Dane talk about, they very much treasure their home meets and really emphasize that they want to win each and every one and have great swims here in a place they're completely familiar with.
Yeah, they've been 16-2 for the senior class here at Savage Natatorium, and they haven't lost here since their freshman year. So it is a place where they've kind of defended the home turf very well. And they don't. I know you talk to the coaches; they wish they could be home here a little more often, but in order to swim well at the end of the year, they got to swim against the best, and that means taking trips to Georgia and Virginia Tech and Virginia. So not always getting the chance to swim at home if they want to face the best every year.
So in the men's 200-yard butterfly for Georgetown, in lane 2, Stephen Zhang. In lane 4, Martin Vannon. In lane 6, Austin Wolf. And in lane 8, Lubin Chipev. For Gardner-Webb, in lane 3, Tate Warden. Lane 5, Cody Myers. And lane 7, Preston Rodenizer. Gardner-Webb out 1-2 right now. In lane 5, Cody Myers, and in lane 3, Tate Warden. 1-2 currently for the Bulldogs. Following this, we will have the 50-yard freestyle for both the women and men, and then we will transition the pool over for 3-meter diving. Take a commercial break, come back with several interviews as well as the diving competition here on MadZone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Glad you're with us here this afternoon for Senior Day for the JMU Dukes at Savage Natatorium. Gardner-Webb still 1-2 right now. Myers in lane 5 and Warden in lane 3.
Coming down the stretch here. Yep, coming down the stretch. Gardner-Webb in lane 5 will finish first. The race is for second. It's a close one, but it will be Gardner-Webb in lane 3 touching first. Georgetown just behind him in lane 4.
So Cody Myers wins in a time of 1:56.77, surpassing his previous best of 1:57.03. So nice swim there for Myers.
We'll transition to the 50 freestyle, which is an all-out full sprint, quick 23-second race. It's just 2 lengths of the pool. And JMU will have swimming in lane 1, Sinhei Wan. In lane 3, Camila Zulata. In lane 5, Carly Milano. And in lane 7, Shannon Dubé. Where for Georgetown lane 2, we'll have Emma Kemmerman. In lane 4, Erica Fabry. In lane 6, Erin Timochenko. And in lane 8, Michelle Concoli.
And this is the definition of an all-out sprint. 24 seconds of just heart-pounding, go for it.
Certainly getting off to a quick start is crucial for this one because there's not a lot of chances to make up a slow start.
Sinhei Wan, you can't kind of see her at the bottom of the screen, got off to a good start. JMU with several swimmers off to a good start, but this is one you won't know for sure until they touch the wall.
Yeah, it's that dive off the start and the push off the wall and the turn are your keys. And
looks like JMU is going to go 1-2 at least.
1, 2, 3. Lane 3. That would be Camila Zulata finishing first, 24:08. So good swim for her. And she had missed a lot of the early portion of the season with an injury. So good to see her back in the pool and making a difference in the 50 freestyle.
Shannon Dubé in second, 24.20. In third for JMU, Carly Milano, 24.66.
It was actually 1, 2, 3, 4 as Sinhei Wan took fourth in lane 1, 24.82 seconds.
So all the JMU swimmers breaking the 25-second mark on that swim. For Sinhei Wan, a season best, her previous one, 25.63 at Radford. Again, showing the depth of the JMU swimming program when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and you don't even have your top swimmers in the event. For Gardner-Webb, they'll be in lanes 1, 3, 5, and 7. Georgetown in lanes 2, 4, 6, and 8. We'll get you the winners because this is an all-out sprint. By the time we finish telling you who everyone is, the event would be well over. Looks like Gardner-Webb in lane 3 touches first, 21.65. Matt Anderson for the Bulldogs. In second for Gardner-Webb, Cole Hickey touching in 21.93. And in third, also for Gardner-Webb in 22.05, Nicholas Dyer. So the Bulldogs going 1, 2, 3 in the 50-meter freestyle. And that will conclude this first portion of the swim program here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. They're going to start transitioning the pool over to the 3-meter diving portion. And while they do that, we will take a quick commercial break. We'll be back here shortly on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. And Telos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Back here live at Savage Natatorium on the campus of James Madison University. JMU hosting a dual meet against Georgetown, while the Georgetown men taking on Gardner-Webb. We're in the diving warm-ups transition period to the 3-meter diving event for the Dukes. We're joined by head coach Richard Long. And coach, first off, welcome to JMU. I haven't had a chance to talk with you on Madison yet, but tell the people who may not be as familiar with you a little bit of your background in the swimming community.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I am actually originated from Virginia, from Hampton area. So I grew up in a Virginia boy. I was recruited by Auburn in '99 and went and swam for Auburn University. And after I finished up my education there, I ended up staying and coaching full-time as an assistant coach, recruiting coordinator there. So I spent about 13 years down there. Had an opportunity to work with some elite level athletes, gold medalists, Olympic medalists, NCAA champions. And it was an opportunity to really learn from the cream of the crop type of athlete, which those are usually some of the harder athletes to coach because they're so good. It's finding something to make them better. So I think that ability to be able to learn and get myself educated with that with some of the best coaches in the world is benefiting this team.
What attracted you to come to JMU and take this position?
Well, it was funny because I got a phone call and somebody said, would you be interested in JMU? I said, yeah, I'd be interested in JMU. And to be really honest, I didn't know much about the program. I knew it when I was a swimmer in Virginia when they had the men's program and the women's program. And that was about the extent of it. So I did a little research, and the more I looked into it, the level of potential that this team has got me excited. And the more I researched it, the more I looked at it, came in on my interview, talked with Mr. Bourne. The level of commitment that he has to his athletic department and to these programs, top notch. And the girls just have a great energy. You know, you're coming from a men's and women's program at Auburn, you have most of your leadership and your energy from the men, so the women get lost sometimes. Whereas here, it's just a women's team, so they have to have their own identity from day one. And they have that. And that was the big thing that attracted me to it. I was really interested in the potential of this team, and they're living up to that potential right now.
What have you tried to instill, and it's always hard year one when you come in and you know, you're trying to kind of set the tone. What have you made your mantra or how you wanted to approach this team in terms of molding it to be a champion?
Right. There was our three things for the season are have fun, race hard, and be about us. And that's really all we talk about is those three basic principles for our program. And if you notice, we have a lot of fun on deck. These girls are pretty lively. They like to dance around, and I'm okay with that as long as there's something fast. So, and that's kind of how our day-to-day practice, training goes. And I like to have energy. You know, I like these girls having a good time, and that's really all I've instilled is just making sure we're having a good time at what we're doing. Because at some point in their life, they got into swimming because it was fun. It wasn't a job. And that's what I wanted to get these girls back to. Not that it was before, but I wanted to make sure I emphasized that from day one. So that's the general philosophy of the program, but we're a very technique-based program, but we get things done the right way. And the girls, when you talk to the seniors today, they might be able to highlight that. We do things the right way.
Talk a little bit about that senior class, and it sounds like they've transitioned and adopted your philosophy and really taken that leadership role in having it filter down through the rest of the program.
Well, that's one thing that I was fortunate with Coach Sam Smith when she left the program, and obviously my associate head coach Dane Peterson and my head diving coach Becky Benson. They've set the program up for success, which was very exciting to me. And the 5 girls that are seniors this year are great leaders, which made it very easy for me to come in and instill what I wanted to. They bought in on day one, and they really did. It's rare that happens. So I was fortunate to have that happen. And so we didn't name any captains. We just have 5 leaders because they all have a special personality. And they're all really good swimmers. So good leaders, good swimmers, good people, makes for a good team.
Now, I talked with Dane about this a little bit. When you have a transition and people are getting used to each other, the fall is a little bit hard because you got classes, you got your training, your swimming, you're practicing. How important was the Florida trip to the second half of the season leading into the CAA championship?
Well, actually, we've got 5 points on our board over there behind the pool that we talked about, that we started out with at the beginning of the season. We do a team event at the beginning of the season as a unit, and we set our team goals with that. That's in the first couple weeks. We let that go through the season. We keep reiterating those principles. And Florida becomes a point where we come back together and talk about those principles and how effective we've been over the past 3 months at implementing those to be successful for championship season. I thought we had a great training camp. Girls did a great job, a lot of energy, things that they've never done before, ocean swims, put them in adverse situations to know that when they get to championship season, they can handle the adversity. And we came out of that camp on Sunday this week, and we've just been really good. And the team is very strong, good unit. So I'm just excited. I mean, they're just a good team. They're a good team.
Let's talk a little bit about today's meet. We know who your general top swimmers are in each event, but we're not seeing them swimming in those particular events. What are you trying to accomplish out of today's meet besides trying to get them?
Well, when Dane and I sat down and discussed what we wanted to accomplish today, we're looking at 2 things. One, we're looking at the potential athletes for our conference team. Obviously, we know our top athletes that will be going to conference. We can take 18. So I'm having some of our swimmers from their primary events that we want to see them in. And our best swimmers are swimming some off events, giving them a chance to kind of get off of their primary swims, not thinking about it so much. It's more of a fun swim for them. But we have strategies specified for each of those swims. It's not just they're getting thrown in 100 freestyle like Amy Hooper's getting ready to do, our distance swimmer, just for the heck of it. We've been working on speed with her. So there's a purpose to that. So that was why you might see some of our top athletes not swim in their best events.
And with Hooper, I'm guessing having her swim that 100 is trying to figure out, get her that close for her distance event.
Exactly.
Who are some of the swimmers when you were swimming you modeled yourself after?
Actually, there's 2. One was Matt Biondi, who was incredibly talented swimmer. Obviously, Olympic gold medalist, swimming for Cal. He's 6'8". He's a monster. He was God to swimming in the 80s and the 90s. And so I really looked up to him. But locally, there was a guy named Kurt Jakomowski, and he swam for my club team. And I looked up to him very much. And anything that he did, I took with a gold. It was gold to me. Well, he went to Auburn. And obviously I followed in his footsteps down there. But the things that he always told me were, it's not about how hard you work, it's how well you do the work. And he was the first NCAA champion individually for Auburn, and just basically set them up. So I modeled a lot of my swimming after him. And I had the opportunity when I was 12 to swim with him when he was 17, 18. So learning those principles early were very nice. And
As you continue to develop this program, what are you looking for in your recruits?
Well, we're looking for a couple things. I look for kids. I think traditionally this program has been built on potential of the athlete. Let's be realistic. The UVAs, the Virginia Techs, they tend to get the recruits in the state and the region, and that's okay. But that's not okay anymore, because we want to put ourselves in position to be successful with those types of teams. So those are the type of athletes we're recruiting as well, on top of the basic building blocks of some of the swimmers that have come here that might not have ever been heard of. So we're doing a mix of that. And this past fall, we signed 6. 3 exceptionally talented girls that might not have even looked at JMU in the first place. And 3 with great potential that we have coming in, and a few other transfers that we're looking at for next year. So, the 2 things that I'm looking for, potential of athlete and talent.
One last question for you. You talked a little bit about who you kind of modeled yourself after. Who's your favorite person in history to watch swim?
To watch swim? That's a tough question.
Now, I already hit Becky and Dane with a similar question. I asked Becky who's her favorite diver she ever watched. I asked Dane who he enjoyed watching swim.
I'd have to say probably Matt Biondi. I mean, he's just beautiful. He's it wasn't ugly. It looked good, and it was fast. And that's what I tell the girls. I want you to look good when you're swimming, but I want you to do it fast.
Works for me. Well, Richard, we appreciate you being with us. Appreciate you having us today, and good luck the rest of the year.
I appreciate it. It's great meeting you for the first time, and anytime. Thank you. Go
Pleasure.
Dukes.
Head coach Richard Long joining us here on Madison HD Sportsnet as the 3-meter diving is underway. Recapping a little bit of the 1-meter diving, and then we'll get into who's in the 3-meter. From the 1-meter earlier today, Alex Savage, 293.77 wins the 1-meter diving, dealing with that back injury. As she's dealing with that back injury, she is able to qualify for the NCAA Zone Championships. Tara McLaughlin in second, 286.43. Carly Alexander of JMU in third, 271.72, and Olivia Lehman in fourth, 227.25. So JMU taking the top 4 in the 1-meter diving event.
And just a quick recap of how the diving goes. Each diver gets 6 dives. They'll mix it up, have multiple variations of each dive, and they are scored. The Georgetown diving coach and JMU's diving coach, Becky Benson, score them, and then they take an average of those scores and they add them up, and that'll get us their fighting diving score. It'll take us a little time to figure out who actually gets the winning score, but we will check in with them at the end. Up next for JMU will be Olivia Lehman.
Nice dive there. A little bit short on the entry, a little bit of splash on the backside.
But Olivia, a freshman from Dayton, Ohio, has been a nice contributor for JMU early this year.
Nice dive there. As you heard Coach Benson talk earlier, she's very proud of the youngsters and how they're developing and growing. And you've got Alex Savage, a veteran, battling that back injury, but she's very encouraged by the youth of this diving group.
JMU's hosting a couple diving prospects that they're trying to recruit this weekend. So they're certainly trying to demonstrate type of advancement Coach Benson can help you get, and I know she's got some excitement about some of the girls she's trying to recruit and bring in. We do have just one men's diver today from Georgetown. It's Jared Cooper. He'll be on the 1-meter board while the women compete on the 3-meter.
A little over-rotated there on the entry.
But sixes, yep, from both judges here today. Except we've got Sarah Jacklich from Georgetown.
A little bit over-rotated there on the end. 5 and 6.5 on that time.
Next diver from JMU will be Katie Shepard, another youngster, a freshman from Crozet, Virginia, near local girl. Didn't quite get all the way around. Wasn't able to quite finish the dive.
And the JMU Dukes Swim team still out on the deck cheering on their divers. As Coach Long talked, they're a very cohesive group, swimmers and divers. And while they work on different elements, they know it's all about one team that will have a chance to win a CAA title.
And the diving portion is a big part of that. Can get big points from the diving team, and JMU has certainly taken advantage of that over the last couple of years, getting big lead, jumping out the big leads early in the meet with the diving portion.
A little bit under-rotated, but...
That was Taryn McLaughlin, who's been JMU's top contributor this year with the injury to Alex Savage. She's been the CA Diver of the Week a couple of times, so she's had a lot of success this year.
And on that one, Taryn just didn't quite finish the rotation and ended up with a bigger splash than she wanted.
2 6s there on that dive for the Georgetown diver. It seemed maybe kind of simple with that dive, but you know, sometimes the limited movement is harder to do than all the big spins.
Nice dive there, very good entry. 7s on that dive. As you can see, pretty straight up and down. Pulls her legs through, pull the water down, not a big splash there. Jared Cooper Vespa, the only one diving here on the 1 meter for Georgetown. Only diver on the men's side. A little over-rotated on that dive.
We'll go back. This is our 3rd rotation through the dives. It'll be Carly Alexander starting us out from JMU. Last year's freshman diver of the year in the CAA from Plantation, Florida.
A little bit splash, nice controlled rotation.
5.5 and 6 on the awards for her there.
Just didn't quite get the legs fully around for a straight up and down entry there.
But you're usually aiming for about a 6, 6.5 for your score, depending on which dive you're doing. Around there's a good score, and above that is obviously a very good score.
Under-rotated on that one. 4 and a 5 on that one. As you can see, she didn't quite get her legs all the way around, ended up with a big splash on the backside.
And again, we go back to Katie Shepard from JMU, another one of the young freshman divers. Doing a little bit too far. Her lower half didn't go straight into the water and kind of followed through the water.
Cassandra Schwartz there for Georgetown. 3.5, 4.5 on her score. She ended up way off to the side and then just over-rotated a little bit to get that splash.
And we're back to Olivia Lehman here from JMU.
Didn't quite get that last rotation around. Jen Perks from Georgetown.
See with each dive, a couple of the swimmers and divers, they give a little bit of flinch, you know. It always seems so nerve-wracking for the people watching, but the divers are so cool and confident up there. And again, we come back to Taryn McLaughlin from JMU.
Yeah, I still harken back to the Olympics when Greg Louganis hit his head on the board.
Anytime I see something that close, nice dive there by McLaughlin.
8.5 and an 8. I believe that was.
8's on that dive for McLaughlin. Very nice dive. Very little splash. Went in well up and down. Now the Georgetown men's diver, Jared Cooper Vespa, on the 1 meter. Nice inward 1.5. 7 and a 6 for him.
Halfway through our diving second session, as they did the first session early this morning at 10:30. And Carly Alexander will get our 4th round of diving underway.
Not a bad dive. Yes. 5's on that dive. Just got to control that entry a little bit more, pull the splash down in.
You can see the talent from the JMU divers, and since they're young, they're still kind of fine-tuning the dives, but they're doing a very good job, especially the young freshmen. There's 3 who are listed eligibility-wise as freshmen.
Coach Benson very encouraged with their future and what they're going to bring to the program. She's talked about the youth and how they continue to get better every week. So good opportunity for them to dive at home and continue to work on their stuff as they look towards the CAA championships at the end of February, beginning of March.
We'll rule that one a no dive. She had a little trouble with her launch and just went into the water, so that will be a no score for her. And going back to Katie Shepard's dive, that's one of the things for young players, making sure you're under control and you're ready for your dive before you make the dive. You see, they'll take their time. They'll make sure they have everything organized before a dive, and she just kind of got a little ahead of herself on that last dive.
Very nice dive there.
It's Olivia Lehman hitting the water very a couple 6.5s from Olivia Lehman there. Solid dive from her.
Nice rotation. Goes in very vertical. Not a huge splash. Nice dive there by Lehman. Now on the board for JMU. A fabulous dive there by McLaughlin. 9 and 8.5, outstanding.
You don't see too many 9s in diving, especially at these dual meets.
Great tuck, held it perfectly, very little splash, outstanding dive. She pulled that splash all the way in. You can see across the pool, a big smile on her face after that dive. A little under-rotated on that dive.
And again, we'll be starting round 5 here with Carly Alexander getting us started from JMU.
Oh, another nice dive. Carly Alexander, great dive. 7.5 and 8 on that dive. Goes up nicely, holds that tuck well on the pike position, goes in very clean, very little splash, pulls that splash down under the water. Great dive there.
Rough dive there from the Georgetown diver. You could tell off the jump she was a little out of control right there, and she just kind of had to abort the dive. Ended up with a no score. Katie Shepard back on the diving board for JMU. Nice bounce back dive there from Katie after having trouble with her takeoff on the last one. This time she completes the dive, has a very nice entry into the water.
5's on the dive for Katie. Interesting dive where it's a feet first entry.
You can get those every once in a while. Good dive there from Olivia Lehman from Dayton, Ohio, Centerville High School.
6.5's on that dive. Just a little bit to control the legs going in, but otherwise a very good dive.
Back up to Tara McLaughlin, who redshirted last year.
Nice dive there, very clean on the entry. 7's on the dive. Didn't quite get fully around, but did a great job pulling the splash under the water. Very little splash. So very solid dive there for McLaughlin.
Good dive there from Jared Cooper Vesta, finishing up round 5.
6 and 5.5 for Jared Cooper Vespa on that dive.
Getting underway, our 6th round here. 6th and final dive for each diver. Carly Alexander getting us started.
Very nice dive there by Alexander. 6's for her on that dive. A little bit short on the entry, but otherwise a really good dive. Did a good job pulling the splash down, keeping it from being too much.
A little short on that rotation. It's still a solid dive. Katie Shepard back up on the board for JMU. Katie took a little extra time there, make sure she was fully ready for that dive. A solid dive from her.
6.5 and 5.5 on that dive. A little bit of a splash there, but otherwise a good dive. We will get the official results here later and run down the totals for you. Four and a half on that one. Legs came apart early there, and then a little sideways entry and splash.
Olivia Lehman next up for JMU.
Nice dive there by Lehman. 6.5s for her. Nice job there. Legs tight together, rotates around. Pretty vertical. Just legs didn't quite get straight up and down, but a little bit of splash, but a good solid dive for Lehman. Another one of those first entry dives.
So we got Taryn McLaughlin back up on the board for JMU. It's only her 4th year diving. She was a gymnast for 10 years before that. And as we said, she's got to be the heavy favorite for CAA Rookie of the Year, maybe even for CAA Diver of the Year. She does have the
Another solid dive.
top qualifying score so far in the CAA through the first half of the year.
7s on that dive for Taryn. And no doubt that her gymnastics background, great entry up and down, legs vertical. That gymnastics background really huge in the world of diving, so
we'll have a couple minutes right after diving here as they get the pool back ready, see if we can grab a senior swimmer, do a quick interview with them before we get back into the swimming portion of our meet.
And that concludes the diving portion here of our event. We will have scores here following as soon as we can get hold on them.
We'll actually have a 5-minute break as they'll do some warm-up swimming after they get the pool ready for swimming again. They'll have a 5-minute warm-up session for all the swimmers to get back in the rhythm of swimming before we head into the final session of swimming.
Again, you're watching JMU Women's Swimming and Diving here on Mazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. The JMU Alumni Association hosts more than 300 annual events on campus and across the country. Stay connected to your alma mater and register for an event today. Learn more at jmu.alumni/events. Again, senior day here at Savage Natatorium. The James Madison Dukes taking on Georgetown in a dual meet. While the Georgetown men are swimming against Gardner-Webb, we're glad you're here with us on Mazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. John Martin here, Brian Hansen alongside, as we bring to you today's meet. As they reset the pool, we'll have about a 5-minute warm-up session. We'll try and get a couple of a senior or two through the remainder of the meet, along with probably senior diver Alex Savage. So we're going to have that. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with you here shortly as they prep the pool here on Mazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. And Telos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Back here live at Savage Natatorium on the campus of James Madison University, JMU women's swimming and diving taking on Georgetown here in a dual meet. We're joined by senior Mary Gargula. And Mary, first off, congratulations on your career.
Thank you.
What's the last 4 years here at JMU meant to you?
The last 4 years here, it is like being part of a new family here. So you join as a freshman and you're the young gun, and then you go through the years and you grow as a woman and you grow as a teammate and you grow as part of a family. So it's meant a lot to me, and I've grown as a person, and I can thank my team and my coaches for it.
Talk a little bit about the transition this year, Coach Smith leaving and then Coach Long coming in, and how that's worked.
Yeah, it's been a huge transition, but it's been an easy transition. Coach Long's a great coach. He has adapted really well to our family, and we're adapting well to him. He's always goofing around with us. He handles a group of 30 women very well, and he's fun.
Now, talk a little bit about the leadership of the seniors. He talked about that he did name captains this year because the 5 seniors really were the leaders of the team. He didn't feel the need to. What has that leadership been for you guys as a group?
You know, we only have 5 seniors, and we've always really kind of fed well off of each other, and we're so close because we're such a small class. And we've been leaders since last year even. It's a natural kind of thing. You just kind of feel like you're confident. We all work well together. So we all feel like we're all captains anyways. So.
What is your favorite part about swimming?
My favorite part about swimming? The meets. You just get together and you show everyone what you've worked for. It's so much fun, and you do it with your best friends. So.
Now, you guys just got back from your Florida training trip.
We did.
I got to admit, I'm seeing a lot of tans out here. So
yep.
You guys did train some, didn't you?
We did. We train outside, so it's a nice change of pace. You wake up with the sun comes up, and you finish with the sun going down.
And I would take it was a little bit warmer than here in the Berg.
Much warmer.
What did you guys do with your free time when you weren't doing training?
We went to the beach. We went to the beach every day. So.
And that was miserable, wasn't it?
No, so miserable.
Talk a little bit about your personal goals for the remainder of the year.
My personal goals, I actually just had a shoulder surgery last summer, so my goal is just to finish what I started and do the best I can by coming back from something, what's the word for it, an obstacle, and coming back and doing it with my team and doing it with pride and hopefully swimming faster than I did last year. So.
Who are some of the youngsters that you see that are going to be that next wave of the standouts for JMU?
You know, every year we get this freshman class that just keeps coming in and it always surprises us. I think that all of the underclassmen have the ability to stand up and be the next thing. We're a fast team. We have depth, and I can't name a single person because all of them stand out to me. So I think anywhere from the juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, it could come from anywhere.
What's your favorite memory so far of being at JMU?
Oh my gosh, way too many. Probably winning our first conference championship 2 years ago. That was quite a memory, and the way we did it was the best memory. We did it as a team, and it was so selfless, the whole team. We didn't even know we were at a meet with 9 other teams. It was just about us. So.
What does JMU mean to you?
What is James Madison University? It means so much to me. I can't even put a word on it, but it has brought me to another level in the swim pool and in the classroom. And I'm sad that I'm leaving in May.
Yeah, but knowing you, there's no doubt you're going to have success whatever you do.
Oh, yes, for sure. And James Madison definitely helped me to succeed in any way.
Well, Mary, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Again, Senior Mary Gargula speaking with us as we're getting the warm-ups going for the last segment of today's dual meet, JMU versus Georgetown, here on Senior Day at Savage Natatorium. Again, the Dukes have won their last 3 dual meets, beating Delaware, William and Mary, UNCW in the pod meet. Following this, they will swim against Pittsburgh and Denison on January 18th next weekend. Then the diving team will go to Clemson on February 8th. The entire squad will head to the Cavalier Invite February 14th and 15th. And then the big one, the CAA Championships, February 26th through March 1st. Duke's definitely one of the favorites to take home the crown this year. As you heard Mary and the coaches talk about, great depth among this squad as they have a variety of swimmers who could swim at various levels, a great young core, solid diving program as you saw through the 3-meter diving there, and hopefully we'll have results here shortly on the 3-meter diving. But overall, the Dukes having a very solid Senior Day meet here at Savage Natatorium. Talking about future broadcasts on Madison HD Sportsnet, for those outside the Comcast Sportsnet Washington, D.C. area, you can check out the JMU men's basketball team today against Delaware, rematch of the CAA semifinals last year, where the Dukes had a pair of free throws by Devon Moore with 3.7 seconds to play, lift them to a 58-57 win and eventually the CAA title. Delaware coming in with a 2-0 mark in the league, led by Monte Ross, head coach Monte Ross. The Blue Hens coming in with a very solid squad, again, a high-scoring squad, so you can check that out on Madison HD Sportsnet. And then tomorrow, 2 o'clock, the women take on Delaware as well. Rematch of many, many battles of the top 2 teams over the last 3 years in women's basketball. You can also check that out on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association, as the pool's starting to clear out, as we will get ready for the last half of this meet. Led off by the 100-yard freestyle, the women's 100-yard freestyle. So far, James Madison having an outstanding meet on Senior Day. They're reading off the diving results. We will get those and share them with you here shortly. Again, we appreciate you being here with us on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. I'm John Martin, Brian Hansen, alongside. Today's meet is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellis Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Big thanks to our staff from Telemedia for all their hard work in getting this production put together today, as they're splitting their time between here and getting ready for the men's basketball broadcast this afternoon. As we get ready here for the 100-yard freestyle for JMU, in lane 3, Amy Hooper. In lane 5, Kelsey Holmgard, the 2012 Olympic Trials qualifier. In lane 7, Suzanne Ginger. For Georgetown, lane 2, Delaney Bader. In lane 4, Erin Timochenko. In lane 6, Molly Gaynor. And in lane 8, Michelle Concali. 100-yard freestyle, four links of the pool.
Meter diving results. JMU, Taryn McLaughlin finishing first, 3:16.05. Let's check and see where that ranks all time in JMU history. It is a slightly above career best for Taryn McLaughlin, just under a point better from her career high. Previously was 3:15.10, and that is the 4th best time, our best score in JMU history on 3-meter board.
And does improve on her zone qualifying total, so she's definitely headed to the zone for diving.
We'll get you the full results once we get through this 100 freestyle race here.
Kelsey Holmgard leading at the turn 25.51 in this 100-yard freestyle. And lane 7, Suzanne Ginger wins it in 52.11. Second, Kelsey Holmgard, 53.30. In lane 3, Amy Hooper of JMU, 54.84. So JMU goes 1, 2, 3, and fourth in lane 6, Molly Gaynor of Georgetown, 55.69.
And we'll jump into the men's 100 freestyle here. Gardner Webb will be lane 1, Nicholas Dyer. Lane 3, Nathan Lyle. Lane 5, Cole Hickey. Lane 7, Hal McKay. For Georgetown in the even lanes, Will Lawler in 2. Matthew Mandel in 4. Michael Smiglinski in lane 6. And Josh Tucci in lane 8. Michael Smigelski in lane 6. Sorry if I had a little trouble pronouncing that one the first time.
In the men's 100-yard freestyle, 4 lengths to the pool.
Quick rundown of the full results from the 3-meter diving. After Taryn McLaughlin in first, 3:16.05. It was Carly Alexander in second, 2:66.17. Olivia Lehman in third, 2:54.40. Jen Perks from Georgetown in fourth, 2:20.65. Cassandra Shorts in fifth, 2:01.08. Sarah Jacklich in sixth, 180.45. And Katie Shepard in seventh, 169.20. And in the men's 1 meter, Jared Cooper Vespa, 2:18.55, only men's diver in that event.
And for Gardner Webb in lane 3, Nathan Lyle comes in at 47.05. In second, Nicholas Dyer of
Gardner Webb,
48.05. And in third, in lane 7, Al McKay of Gardner Webb, 48.28.
Keep rolling along. We'll jump into the 200-yard backstroke. JMU again in the odd lanes. Casey Edsel in lane 1, Jackie Crawford in lane 3, Nina Tremmels in lane 5, and Jennifer Vini in lane 7. Georgetown again in the even lanes. Casey Banman in lane 2, Emma Kamen in lane 4, Shannon McNulty in lane 6, and Jessica Gadosi in lane 8.
JMU having a very solid senior day here at Savage Natatorium.
You always want to send your seniors out in style, and looks like JMU well on its way to another dual meet victory. Improved to 6-3 on the year. Again, team results from dual meets are always nice, not hugely important in the swimming world, as it's all about that CAA championship meet. Eight lengths of the pool for the 200 backstroke.
Casey Edsel, the top mark for JMU this year, 2:02.5 at the Georgia Tech invite. She's down at the bottom of the screen in lane 1.
And a rundown of the rest of the meet after following the 200 backstroke. Again, we'll have women's first and followed by the men in each of these events. So the 200 breaststroke will follow that. Then the 500 freestyle. We'll feature a couple interviews during the women's and men's portion of that. The 100 butterfly. Then we'll have a 10-minute break to allow the swimmers to warm down, get ready for the final 2 events, which will be the 200 individual medley and the 400 freestyle relay, which will close things out.
Again, thank you for being with us here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Edsel down in lane 1. She touches first. Her split 32.46 on that last length. Edsel lengthening out her lead. In second, Jennifer Vini. near the top of your screen in lane 7. Those two at least a full length ahead of the rest of the field right now. You can see the JMU Dukes there deck side cheering on their team.
You'll notice in the backstroke, the judges standing at the edge of the pool, making sure that they are following protocol. You're only allowed that final stroke are allowed to turn over to make your turn at the wall. Any more than that, and you will be disqualified from the race. Judges keeping a watchful eye on all the turns by the swimmers. Coming down the stretch here. So the race between two JMU swimmers will be Casey Edsel touching first in lane 1, 2:08.69. Well off her career best time, but a solid first place finish for her. And then in lane 7, Jennifer Feeney finishing second. Third place was from Georgetown, Shannon McNulty. We'll jump into the pool with the men's 200-yard backstroke. Gardner Webb, Preston Rodenizer in lane 1. Jordan Denmark in lane 3. Taft Kellum in lane 5. And Connor Boss in lane 7. For Georgetown, the even lanes, Jack Muehlhauser, Michael Nin in lane 4. Evan Gray in lane 6, and Cal Brody in lane 8.
In 200-yard backstroke, 8 lengths to the pool. Jordan Denmark touches first for Gardner Webb, 26:44. Lane 7. Connor Boss of Gardner Webb, 27:51 in second. Tightly bunched race at the moment. So Denmark has got about a body length lead on the field right now. 28:66 his last split on that lap. Denmark out to a clear 2-length lead, and then it's a tight race for second. Between lane 5, 6, and 7. You can see they're all tightly bunched right there. Taft Callum, Evan Gray, and Connor Boss, 2 Gardner Webbs and a Georgetown swimmer.
Looks like it's Taft Callum with the slight lead for Gardner Webb. But coming down the stretch here, see who's got the best kick and pull out second place. Looks like it's going to be a 1-2-3 finish for the Gardner Webb Bulldogs, and it is.
Denmark at first, 1:55.91. Beats his seed time of 1:57.34, so an improvement there for him. Lane 7, Connor Boss, 1:57.35. And then third in lane 5, Taft Callum of Gardner Webb, 1:57.55. And fourth, Evan Gray in lane 6, 1:57.75.
Just 0.4 of a second separating second from fourth there, so it was quite quick bunch touching the wall. Move on here now to the 200-yard breaststroke. It'll be JMU in lane 1, Amanda Pressgraves, Maddie Murphy in lane 3, senior Addie Morrison in lane 5, and Emma Ricker in lane 7. For the Georgetown Hoyas in lane 2, Mary Ellen Campbell in lane 2, Allison Fullenwider in lane 4, and Rosemary Christian in lane 6. JMU going with a senior and then a pretty young lineup here for this event. Emma Ricker, just a freshman. Amanda Pressgraves, sophomore. And Maddie Murphy, also just a freshman.
As you heard Coach Richard Long talk about, he wants some of them to get away from what they swim normally, and kind of, while he wanted them to swim fast, he wanted them to have fun, and so chance for them to maybe swim a little bit different event and get after it and have a little bit of fun, but he wants them to swim fast too, so giving them an opportunity to kind of stretch their wings and do something a little bit different, keep that variety up and keep them going.
The Addie Morrison, the senior in lane 5, is out to the slight advantage through the first 2 lengths of the pool. It's 200, so we'll have 8 lengths of the pool going. Amanda Pressgraves right on her heels here. Certainly, I'm sure the senior wants to get an event win here in her senior day. So off now, really increased her lead. Almost a full body length over Amanda Pressgraves and Maddie Murphy in lanes 1 and 3.
Yeah, she turned in 35.74, 2 seconds faster than anybody else in that leg of the swim.
And again, it is advantageous. You want to be in the middle of the pool here. So you can see everybody around you, and you're down kind of in those lanes 1 and 8. You're kind of boxing. You can only see 1 or 2 people to the one side of you. This way you know who's creeping up on you, how good a pace you need to set for yourself going through these final lengths of the pool. And we are down the final home stretch here. It is Addie Morrison, Amanda Pressgraves, Maddie Murphy going 1, 2, 3 for JMU. Looks like it will be the senior Addie Morrison coming away with an event win. 2:24.56 for her.
Just slightly off her season best. 2:22.49 at the Georgia Tech invite, but very solid swim. Lane 1, Amanda Pressgraves in second, 2:25.83. Lane 3rd, in lane 3, third, Maddie Murphy, 2:29.87. Lane 4, in fourth, Allison Fullenwider, 2:33.09.
We'll jump in with the men's 200-yard breaststroke. As always, it's Gardner Webb in the odd lanes. Andrew Lindsay in lane 1. Ryan Palmer in lane 3. Philip Leonard in lane 5 and Josh Hansen in lane 7. For Georgetown in the even lanes, lane 4, Christian Kilgore. And in lane 6, Lubin Chipev in lane 6. Looking forward, when we get to the 500-yard, we'll get a couple more interviews with Alex Savage. We'll interview during the 500 women's freestyle, and Kelsey Holmgard, senior from JMU, will interview during the men's 500. And we'll try and get you a couple more, maybe 2 more seniors, at least 1 more during our 10-minute break before our final 2 events.
Again, JMU's senior day here at Savage Natatorium, taking on the Georgetown Hoyas. And Georgetown brought their men, and they're swimming against Gardner Webb here. So double duel for Georgetown, everyone else swimming a single event. But
for the Dukes senior day, and a senior day that's going very, very well so far as they point towards that CAA championship meet February 26th through March 1st.
We're looking ahead towards that championship meet. It certainly looks like right now, as it's been the last 4 years, JMU Towson will be your top two competitors. Everyone's kind of chasing them right now. Towson has won it 3 of the last 4 years, maybe even before the last 5, and JMU is that one in between there in 2012 when they really dominated that CAA championship meet. Set a lot of school records, had quite a few goals. Ava Hannesdotter took a couple golds. Of course, Nicole Jatso and Kim Helfrich dominated on the diving boards, and the relay teams brought in quite a few points for JMU. So it'll again be another tight competition. Towson's got a really talented swimmer named Meredith Budner, who has been one of the top swimmers in the CAA for the last 2 or 3 years, and she'll be tough competition for JMU as they head into that championship meet.
But then, you know, that's always the thing of how do your youngsters step up and perform, and that's the one thing that I think Coach Long's very excited about. Is, you know, all the coaches are how the youngsters are performing in both the swimming and diving portions of the program.
Yeah, it's really what separates JMU and Towson from all the other schools. All of them have great swimmers, but JMU and Towson have that depth. You know, Towson can throw those distance swims. They'll have 3 or 4 in the top 10. And JMU will do it in the breaststroke, the diving, and the relays. So it'll be a challenge of depth between the two programs, and if anyone can rise up and challenge them.
Kristen Kilgore wins the men's 200 breaststroke, time of 2:13.48. Kilgore from Georgetown. Starting out the 500-yard freestyle, lane 1 for JMU Claire Adkins, and lane 3 Kristen Zielinski, lane 5 Morgan Johnson, and lane 7 Cameron Martin. For Georgetown in lane 2 Emily Hall, lane 4 Nicole Tronelon, and in lane 6 Sarah Grunman. Joining us as we get ready for this 500, the diver of the day, Miss Savage. Hello, Alex. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Congratulations today qualifying for the zones.
Thank you very much.
I got to ask this question because I'm a former athlete to a level, not to your level, but how are you battling through this back injury right now?
It's been really hard. Like at first it was way harder, but my team has been supporting me so much, and I have athletic trainer Caitlin has been supporting us a lot, and I've been trying to be really positive because I'm a junior, so it's kind of like hard for me to just like stop. So I'm just trying to push through it and know my limits and stuff. So
what went well for you today?
I kind of tried to put my pain on the back burner, and I tried to ignore it, and I just tried to do my best. And I wasn't trying to go for the score for zones, but if I got it, I was going to be happy about it. But I think that's what it was. I had less pressure on myself. I was just trying to do my best and have fun.
Talk about the last several years for you as you progressed from a freshman to your junior year, and how the diving program, how you've grown, how Coach Benson's helped you, and how some of the previous divers have helped you get to where you are now.
Yeah, it's been when I was a freshman, I'm from Texas, so it was really hard at first because I had to deal with the change of being far away from your parents and not even able to see them a lot. And it was hard my freshman year. I struggled some, especially with school too. But I had seniors at the time, and they pretty much helped me grow, and I was like their little baby, so they took care of me. And then they were really helpful and supportive. And then as a sophomore last year, it was kind of like I got the hang of things, so it got a little easier. And as each year goes on, I start learning more. And I was a sophomore, and the diver last year was a senior, Kimmy. She was the captain, so she was leaving. So I was going to be the next oldest girl on the team. So I tried really hard to she taught me a lot of things and how to be a captain and some things to support the team. And so she left this year, so now I'm a junior. And at the beginning of the year, it was hard because I was dealing with an injury, but my goal was just to put the team in front of it right now. So I've been doing that, and they've been so supportive, and I make sure they're okay and they're going to have a good day too. And it's hard to be like a captain and then a teammate, but I've been working through it though.
Talk about a little bit about that as being the junior and the don't take this the wrong way, the elder stateswoman of the diving program. How are you showing the youngsters how to maintain the tradition of excellence that JMU diving is?
I try to teach them because there's sometimes they're like, why do we do this? Like, why are we doing this? And I'm like, it's because of this. Like, they might be like complaining about something. And since I've been the years gone through, and I tell them the coach is like, our coach Benson is doing this because for this reason, I'm trying to explain to them all the time there's a reason for everything and why we're doing things. So I just keep reiterating everything, and I always go to them if they need help, and they come to me a lot. And so if they have a problem sometimes, like talk to the coach or something, they'll talk to me. And I just keep telling them to support each other, and that's the most thing you could do.
What does JMU mean to you?
Well, it means home to me, honestly. I know that sounds very cliche, but it really is. Like, it's such a good, like, family. Like, even the school in general, like, you walk around, and it's so fun, and it's like my family almost. It's so nice to have.
What, obviously, now qualifying for the zones, that means, all of a sudden, there's some postseason still to deal with. But looking to the CAA championships, what do you feel like are the keys to bringing that title back to Harrisonburg?
The key to success, honestly, is first support. Like, I reiterate that so much. Like, having your team being very supportive is, like, really the best thing. Like they're always helping each other. So I think support, and then just have fun. Like, I do my best when I don't have pressure. So I just like smile on the board, and so for me, like, the key to success would to have fun is the first thing for sure.
Now it seems like that's something that Coach Long has made sure to keep going with the program. Talk a little bit, though, Coach Benson leads you guys about his overall atmosphere that he's brought to the program.
Oh, it's been good. At first, it's always hard, switching from new thing to some people don't like change, but it's been good. He's really supportive of both teams. He keeps reiterating also, like, we're one team. We're not swimming and diving separate. We're together. So they always support us. We always support them. So he's been doing really well.
Well, Alex, I wish you the best in getting healthy.
Thank you.
In the rest of the season. And good luck at the CAAs and the zone diving.
All right, thank you very much.
Junior Alex Savage, today the winner in the 1-meter diving, qualifying for the NCAA zones, as we're on the bell lap here, the 500 freestyle. JMU getting after it as they come swimming hard to home. Lane 5 for JMU. Morgan Johnson in 5:06.06. In lane 2 in 5:07.0, or lane 7 in second, Cameron Martin 5:07.01. And lane 1 in 5:11.37. Claire Adkins. So JMU 1, 2, 3 in the 500 freestyle. So JMU again continuing an outstanding senior day meet as Gardner Webb and Georgetown men will go at the 500 freestyle. And we're joined by senior Kelsey Holmgarten. Kelsey, first off, welcome to the program. Talk a little bit about what JMU has meant to you over your career.
Oh my gosh. JMU has, words can't even describe how much JMU means to me. As you know, like, I transferred here, and the team welcomed me with open arms. I can't say more than, like, enough about this team. These group of girls honestly are like my family. I love each and every one of them, and I guess that's honestly what I can say about this, is that each and every one of us are sisters, and we're a family, and we love each other a lot.
It's always interesting when there's change. And when Sam announced her retirement from coaching, I know there was always some apprehension and question. Coach Long comes in, he's got a little bit of his own ideas. How has that transition been for you as a senior, because it is your last year?
I honestly was a little bit nervous with the transition. Having Coach Long, it's like I knew he was coming from Auburn. I was like, oh man, like, this is going to be good for the program. We were sad to see Sam leave, But we were all like really excited to see what Richard could do with the program because we knew that he had a lot of stuff that we probably have never seen before. So we were all really excited to see what he could do with the program, and he's done wonders with it so far.
He talks about one of his key goals is to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you guys really do enjoy when you're out here competing.
Oh, yeah. He is always about having fun. Like, he's like, you know, you girls, like, won't swim fast unless you're having fun. And that's what Sam always used to say. So it's nice that they're kind of on the same page with things. And that's one thing that, like, will never change between, like, Sam or Richard or Dane even. It's all about, like, having fun. And we just got back from our training trip. And the whole time, like, we were playing games and having fun, but also working hard.
Talk a little bit about that training trip, because I know when you can get away and you don't have school and you don't have everything else, you're focused on one thing. What did it bring besides the ability to prepare for the last half of the season?
I think it brought us closer as a team. It was a time for us where it was just us and only like for us to focus on us as a team and what we needed to work better on. You know, our coaches, Richard and Dane, always strive about, like, just focus on us, and that's what we did. You know, we went there to train, to have fun, to grow closer as a team, and that's what I think we really accomplished on that trip, growing together as a team.
As a senior, but we're going to do a little flashback. 2012 Olympic trials. Talk about that experience, because it had to be such a unique experience.
It honestly was probably one of the best experiences that I've ever been on. Just like being in that type of like situation and that experience in that moment was something that like I'll never forget. And I can't thank like my team or Sam or Dane for like getting me to that point, because I couldn't have done it without them. But just being in that arena, like the size of it was overwhelming, you know, like picturing like a giant football stadium full of all these people and just watching swimming. And it honestly, like Sam and I were talking, and it was a lot like a giant concert. And it was something that like I'll never forget.
Did you meet anyone there in particular that you were just like starstruck or gaga about?
Oh my goodness. There were so many people I was starstruck by. Like in the warm down pool, like before and after my races, like I would look over and I'd be like, oh my gosh, like there's Michael Phelps or there's Ryan Lochte or Missy Franklin. Like it was just amazing just to be like in the same pool with those people and competing at that level.
Now, did you meet anyone in particular or go up and introduce? Or, you know, I know the autograph thing probably isn't the thing you could do at that kind of situation.
Exactly, yeah. We weren't allowed to go up and even talk to them. They actually had to sit us down, and they were like, you know, you're not allowed to go talk to the professional athletes. Like, this is, like, their job for them. So I was a little disappointed because I just wanted to go up and be like, oh, my goodness, like, what is it like to just swim here and, like, do what you do? But it was great still to just look from afar and just learn. I learned a lot just by watching them. So it was really nice.
Aspirations to try and get back there for 2016?
It's funny. I'm actually talking to that with like some of my friends. They're asking me. They're like, "Oh, do you think you'll go back in 2016?" Honestly, I'm not sure right now. I would love to, but I think we'll see. We'll see where this season ends and.
Now, talking about this season as we look to the CAA championships, it's going to be the same two-horse race, JMU Towson. What's going to be the difference that's going to put JMU over the top again this year?
I think this year, like I said before, it's like we have to focus on not beating Towson. That's not our goal. It's focusing on us and doing well as a team, because that's where we'll strive and do our best. If we get caught up in just trying to beat Towson, then we'll lose sight of who we are as a team and what we're trying to do.
Now, you talked about seeing these swimmers at the Olympic trials. Is there a particular swimmer you just love watching or you model yourself after in the world?
Oh, man. I actually really love to watch Missy Franklin swim. Like, that girl, she can just swim anything. And she always has a smile on her face doing it. So I just to watch her swim and to see how much fun she's having, that just proves to me it's like, you know what, you really do swim fast when you have fun.
Sounds like a great philosophy. Kelsey, congratulations on a great career. Good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
Again, senior Kelsey Holmgard, 2012 U.S. Olympic Trials qualifier and one of the outstanding seniors here at JMU. as the men have just wrapped up their 500-meter freestyle, and we head into the 100-yard butterfly for the women. For JMU in lane 1, Ashley Clark. In lane 3, Stephanie Clark. In lane 5, Casey Edsel. And in lane 7, Nina Tremmels. For Georgetown, in lane 2, Jillian Carter. In lane 4, Erica Fabry. In lane 6, Molly Gaynor. And in lane 8, Anna Butacci.
JMU doing the SID's nightmare where they have two girls named Clark swimming the same event.
Yeah, at least there's an E at the end of one of them.
They do help me with that a little bit. But it's like when the softball team the one year had 3 Caitlins and all of them spelled it different ways. That was always a headache for an SID. But we got 2 Clarks. They swim a lot of the same events, same year. And I think there's another, one of the Clark sisters is coming in next year. So we'll have 3 Clarks on the team.
So is it going to be like a law firm of Clark and Clark?
Something like that.
Again, you're here, Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association here on Senior Day from Savage Natatorium as we start winding down the end of the program. Got the 100-yard butterfly for the men and women, the 200. Then we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back with the final 2 sets of races, the 200-yard individual medley and the 400-yard freestyle to wrap up today's dual meet.
Should give us just enough time to finish maybe around 3:45, just ahead of the men's basketball. So if you're tuned into here, you can flip over and see the men's basketball team take on Delaware.
But only if you're outside the Comcast Sportsnet area.
You can always flip it on TV as well. Watch it on Comcast.
But if you're outside that, definitely tune into Madison HD Sportsnet. Taylor Mickleberry, Houston Stutz will have the call for you today as the men take on the Blue Hens. A little bit of a grudge match, rivalry match after last year's 58-57 CAA semifinal win by the Dukes.
JMU actually went 3-0 against them last year, I believe it was. And finishing the game at Delaware was a crazy finish where Andre Nation caught the alley-oop with less than a second on the clock and on from a baseline out-of-bounds play. And then again, CAA semifinals, you had as Delaware fans will say, controversial call where the guy dribbles on the out-of-bounds line, but certainly JMU fans think it was a good call.
Every photo I've seen in replay shows it hit the line.
Yep, so don't want to. Obviously, Delaware fans were disappointed with that result. They also had some disagreement. They had some disagreements calls at the end of the game, but I'm sure by now they're just looking to win a CAA regular season game, put the past behind them.
Again, that's today at 4 o'clock at the Convocation Center and tomorrow at 2 o'clock at the Convo, the battle of the top 2 teams in the CAA for the last several years. JMU Delaware on the women's side. Dukes led by All-CAA Kirby Burkholder. Delaware coming in with a young team coached by Tina Martin, but experienced. So it should be a great day. 2 o'clock tomorrow at the Convo. Be there if you can. Otherwise, check it out on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Another clean start, and they're off here in the 100-yard butterfly, 4 lengths of the pool.
Certainly keep an eye on Stephanie Clark and Casey Edsel in the middle of the pool for JMU.
Definitely a tight race so far. 6 of the 8 swimmers really bunched up very tightly, all within about a half second of each other.
Certainly this last turn here at the wall will be a key one. Who come out ahead at that turn probably will be able to push through towards the end and touch the wall first. Looks like it is going to be a tight race. So Georgetown on lane 6 right now at the slight edge.
Molly Gaynor touches first for Georgetown, 58.82. First event this dual meet that Georgetown has taken the top spot. In second, in lane 1, Ashley Clark, 59.48. And in third, in lane 4, Erica Fabry of Georgetown, 59.73. So Georgetown taking the first and third spots in that race. Men about to go into the pool for their 100-yard butterfly. For Gardner Webb in lane 1, Preston Rodenizer. In lane 3, Brandon Searle. In lane 5, Cody Myers. And in lane 7, Matt Anderson. For Georgetown in lane 2, Stephen Zhang. In lane 4, Martin Vannon. In lane 6, Austin Wolf. And in lane 8, Josh Tucci.
See if I can go dig you up a senior to interview as we come up to this break following this butterfly event.
Again, senior day here at Savage Natatorium. 5 seniors swimming their last home meet. Trying to get several of them with you and share some of their memories and their accomplishments here at JMU. Dukes will swim next weekend against Pittsburgh and Denison on the road. Then the diving squad will go to Clemson on February 8th. The entire team will be at the Cavalier Invitational February 14th and 15th, and then the CAA Championships February 26th and March 1st. Tight race here between lanes 3 and 4. Brandon Searle of Gardner Webb and Martin Vannon of Georgetown. Less than a tenth of a second separated the two at the turn as they make the turn for home. Looks like Vannon's got a slight lead on Searle. He comes in at first at 52.10. Searle in second at 52.61. And in third in 53.78, Matt Anderson of Gardner Webb. So at this point, swimming will take about a 10-minute break. Let swimmers cool down, other than those that'll be in the 200-yard individual medley and the 400-yard freestyle relay. We are joined by senior Shannon Dubé. And Shannon, first off, congratulations on getting to senior day. I know it's always one of those, it's a whole mess of emotions, but talk about what this program has meant to you at your time at JMU.
I've definitely learned a lot from this program about myself and about how I can handle myself in and out of the water and how to represent JMU. And it's been a crazy ride and a learning experience. And I've been able to grow as a person.
Talk a little bit about this team atmosphere. It seems like this team just, it's about working hard but having a lot of fun.
Yeah, we definitely focus on having fun because I think that we do our best when we have fun and, kind of let go of all that tension that can hold so many great athletes back. So it's definitely just a fun atmosphere. We try and let loose, and at the same time, work needs to happen, but it can happen in a fun way.
You've had to deal with, as a senior, it's always hard to deal with transitions. In your last year, Sam retires from coaching and Coach Long comes in. Talk a little bit about the transition and how that's worked for you.
Yeah, it was quite a shock. It was only a few weeks before the season was supposed to start, and people were still a little unsure of what was going to happen, but I think the transition's been really well, and I think we have all been able to transition with, Richard and become, the same team, but also just a little bit different. Every year is a little different because we have different girls every year, so it was just a different kind of transition than we normally would have.
What has he brought to the program that's been a little bit different for you?
It's a little bit different type of training. We would usually go on heart rate zones in the past, and now it's a little different than that. So it was hard at first because I tried to compare the training programs, and Richard would say something and I would try and translate it into what we used to have done, but after I was able to kind of let go of that, it came a lot more naturally to everybody.
Talk about what it's going to take in your mind for this team to go back and win the CAA championship.
At this point, most of the work is done. So, we've been working hard for, months and months and months, and we just got back from our training trip in Florida, and we had a great week of work down there. And as of now, it's just minor details that we're working on, just the very little things. The fitness is there, and now it's just working on,
you know, maybe one more kick off of your turn, or just something to get that much faster, just those little things that really add up.
On the Florida training trip, what was the best part about it?
Oh boy, we played, what is it called, flip, turn, or dive, and it's where you jump off the diving board and somebody calls something in the air and you have to try and do that, and it ended up in many belly flops and just ridiculousness.
Who had the worst belly flop?
I think that might have been Morgan Johnson. It was bad.
When you leave the program and go on in your career, what are you going to take away from JMU in your time spent?
Confidence. Being able to be confident as a person and, you know, everything that I'm doing, and also a drive. You know, you have to have drive to make it 4 years, so many practices, and to really like want to win and succeed. And I think that is going to carry over tremendously into life.
If you were to tell someone who's looking at JMU and the swimming and diving program, give them a synopsis of what they could experience in their time here and why they should come here, what would you tell them?
I love JMU, and honestly, like, looking around at the campus, I can't find a single person that doesn't love JMU. Like, just the school atmosphere here is great. Like, everybody loves being here. Everybody's wearing purple every day, and just the support here is fantastic.
You'll bleed purple always, won't you?
Always, definitely.
Shan, congratulations on a great career.
Thank
Good
you.
luck the rest of the year in the CA Championship.
Thank you.
Senior Shannon Dubé with us here as we're in the cool-down session before the final two events of today's dual meet with Georgetown. JMU definitely in the lead, having won all but one individual event. The Duke's doing a great job overall. Again, you're watching a Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association. We'll be back here in a few moments after this commercial break.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Back here at Savage Natatorium on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. John Martin here with Brian Hansen as the teams go through a cool down before the final two events of the day, the 200-yard individual medley and the 400-yard freestyle relay. JMU having won all but one individual event in today's duel with Georgetown, so definitely well ahead and having a great quality swim. But Brian, looking forward, it's all about what comes in a month and a half for the Dukes.
Yeah, the CAA championship is really where the whole season builds to, and then postseason after that with NCAA zones with the diving and the NCAA championship. Obviously, JMU has a goal to get a couple swimmers and divers into the NCAA championship, but the CAA championship is what it all comes down to. That'll be held this year in College Park, Maryland, from February 22nd to March 1st, and it is a 4-day meet, and JMU looking to get off to a strong start. They'll have diving, I believe, on the first day. Always a chance for JMU to jump out to a big lead. And it'll be them, Towson, and several other CAA schools will be in competition. But really, you're looking at JMU and Towson as the favorites heading into the conference meet.
And that's the thing with the depth that the both programs have, as you talked about earlier. That's the big delineation, is everyone's got decent top-end swimmers. It's the depth of the ability to put points in. That truly, I think, looking forward, will be the difference between taking on the title and finishing second for both teams.
Oh, yeah. Depth is key. Depth relays, you want to be able to throw 4 strong swimmers in a relay event, because those are big points. You get 40 points for winning a relay event, whereas it's 20 for winning an individual event. And you want to be able in a freestyle relay or a medley relay to throw 4 strong swimmers, because if you've only got one good freestyle swimmer, you're going to have too big a deficit by the time you get to her in the final stretch. And then in the individual events, you want to be able to maybe you don't win the event, but if you have 3 or 4 getting points for you, that's key, because you always need to be accumulating points throughout each event. And that's what JMU and Towson have done really well over the last couple of years, is accumulate points, whether it's just somebody squeaking out a 1 point at the bottom of a, second finals heat of the 200 breaststroke or whatever it is. That 1 point could be the difference at the end of the meet. So we'll head back into these final events with the 200 individual medley. JMU will again be in the odd lanes. Maddie Murphy swimming in lane 1, Jackie Crawford in lane 3, Addie Morrison, the senior, in lane 5, and Kristen Zielinski in lane 7. For Georgetown in the even lanes, Jessica Gaudiosi in lane 2, Casey Bandman in lane 4, Lauren Ward in lane 6, and Shannon McNulty in lane 8. Be using all 4 strokes in this event. Shows your ability to contribute in multiple areas. They start out with the butterfly, and then I believe move to the backstroke, breaststroke before finishing up with the freestyle. So 2 lengths of the pool in each stroke for this event.
Lane 7 out to the early lead, Kristen Zielinski for JMU, turning in 28.76. The rest of the field turning well within about a second of each other, so very tight race so far in the early going.
Now, this is one where you can see the lead change a couple of times, because it depends on which stroke you're strongest at. Kristen Zielinski probably stronger at the butterfly than, say, the backstroke, and someone who's stronger at the backstroke can make up some ground on her if they have the ability to swim the backstroke a little bit better than her.
Well, Zielinski's done it well in the backstroke so far. She's held on to the lead.
Her strength really is the freestyle, so if she's kind of near the front of the pack going into that freestyle, you got to think she's got a good chance to come away with the event win because of her strength in the freestyle.
Yeah, her split there, 34.07, just 6 100ths off the top split of 34.01, so she did not lose any of that lead in the backstroke segment.
Here's a chance for Addie Morrison in lane 5 for JMU to make up some ground. She's really strong in the breaststroke, and you can see she's kind of keeping up with Kristen Zielinski heading into the final stroke here of the freestyle.
Zielinski still in the lead, a full body length lead over teammate Addie Morrison in second in lane 5. Zelensky at the top of your screen, Morrison in the middle. So JMU 1-2 right now, making the final turn for home. Zelensky seems to have this race well in hand. More than almost a 2-length body length lead on Morrison.
Addie Morrison kind of trying to hold on, finish out this event strong, and she will get second place just ahead of lane 4. Casey Bandman finishing in third.
So Zelensky finishes first in a time of 2:10.07.
We will move on to the men's 200 individual medley. As always, Gardner Webb in the odd lanes, Josh Hansen in lane 1, Jordan Denmark in lane 3, Cody Myers in lane 5, and Ryan Palmer in lane 7. For Georgetown in lane 2, Lubin Chipev in lane 2, David Chung in lane 4, Evan Gray in lane 6, and Jamie Gallagher in lane 8.
Again, check out all the final results today on JMUsports.com later this evening, and make sure and download your app for the Android, iPhone, or iPad. Search for JMU Dukes on the various ones. Download in the iPad, get the premium app, and you get live video streaming of all JMU Madison HD Sportsnet productions for free.
Following this, we have just one event, the 400 freestyle relay, a men's and women's relay event. And then we'll see if we can get final scores before we close out this Madison event and send you over to men's basketball.
Tight race here through the first part. Butterfly, you can see lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 all touching well within 0.3 of a second of each other through the butterfly leg. Now onto the backstroke leg of this 200 individual medley.
We can say pretty definitively that JMU has beaten Georgetown in the dual meet. We don't have the final scores, but they have won 14 of the 15 events so far, so seems like a pretty solid victory for JMU today. We'll see if we can get those final scores from the scorekeepers before we send you off the air.
Lane 3 for Gardner Webb, Jordan Denmark. About a body length lead over Evan Gray of Georgetown in second. Now onto the freestyle leg. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch Denmark with that much of a lead heading into the freestyle. Especially with it just being a 2-length final swim.
Race appears to be for second and third, as there's a group of 2 Gardner Webbs up in lane 5 and 7, and Georgetown, which is in lane 6, which will finish second.
Denmark finishes first in 1:59.32.
That was Evan Gray in lane 6 finishing second.
2 minutes, .41 in third. In lane 7, Ryan Palmer, Gardner Webb, 2 minutes, .88. So good tight race there, especially for second, third, and fourth. We'll now head to the final races of the afternoon, the 400-yard freestyle relay.
Only got JMU entries for this one. I guess Georgetown was kind of waiting to see who had swam well today before deciding. But for JMU in lane 3, Morgan Johnson will start it off, followed by Kelsey Holmgard, Shannon Dubé, and Addie Morrison. The senior class all swimming in that lane. In lane 5, it's Camilla Zulata, Jennifer Vini, Cameron Martin, and Amy Hooper. And in lane 7, Claire Atkins, Melissa Crisculo, Amanda Pressgraves, and Ashley Clark. So keep an eye on lane 3 as JMU has 4 of its 5 seniors closing out their final home meet here at Savage Natatorium.
And there's no doubt those 4 seniors are loving the idea that they're going to swim together in this final relay. Just talking about how much they all enjoy swimming here and enjoy swimming together. I have no doubt and you can see it kind of over there. They're all smiles and kind of being goofy a little bit, and you know they're just excited to do this one together.
And knowing their competitiveness, I'm sure they want to beat the other teams from JMU too, show that the senior class is the best of the 4 class right now.
Yeah, I would say they may be happy and excited to do this, but there's a high level of competitiveness on this one.
Oh yeah. Certainly 4 strong swimmers for JMU in that senior class swimming this event, so I got to think they're feeling confident heading into this event.
Well, and Coach Locke talks about them wanting to have fun, so you can see him smiling at the seniors, like he's kind of put it out to them of, you better not lose to the underclassmen.
Well, right now it is lane 5. Camila Zulata leading the first leg of this 4-player relay event, so she's right on her heels is Morgan Johnson, the senior. Claire Atkins in lane 7 for JMU.
It looks like, and I'm not an expert, but knowing how these, I believe, are normally listed, it's normally in the rotation they're going. I think the seniors have just made a last-second alteration to their lineup, and I think they may have just dropped the Olympic trials qualifier to the anchor leg.
They may have put Kelsey Holmgard 4th instead of Addie Morrison, who I believe is now in the pool for JMU, trying to chase down Jennifer Vini in lane 5. I also got to enjoy that team in lane 5 not giving it to him either. That their senior class are making them earn an event win if they're going to go out with an event win.
Well, again, I think that shows the depth of the program, that you've got a veteran crew like this, and you got your youngsters out there swimming hard too, and shows just the depth and the.
It'll actually be Kelsey Holmgard up 3rd here. She'll try and chase down. I believe it's Jennifer Vitti. That was Cameron Martin in the pool in lane 5, and it's now Kelsey Holmgard trying to chase down Jennifer Vini in lane 5. The final leg will be Shannon Dubé trying to chase down Amy Hooper. Amy Hooper, a really good freestyle swimmer, so it's not going to be easy if they do.
And, looking at this one, looks like the underclassmen wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, lane 7 is actually right now a little bit ahead of the senior lane in lane 3, so. But they are going out having a little fun swimming together in their final event at Savage Natatorium.
And as Coach Long and all the coaches have said, that's a big part of this program, is making sure they're having fun swimming.
Yeah. If you talk to Coach Peterson and Coach Smith when she was here, it was about the family atmosphere. They always talked about being a family. So here it is, the final leg, the final 4 lengths. It is again Shannon Dubé in the pool trying to chase down Amy Hooper in lane 5. In lane 7 for JMU, it is Ashley Clark.
And Holmgard got the senior crew back up to 2nd, so it's going to be that race for 2nd, as lane 3 has staked their claim, or lane 5, excuse me. I know Coach Long's going to be taking a look at this one, and even though as he's blocked it how he has, he'll look at them and go, who could be in that freestyle relay that could be the difference between a CAA title or not, and who he wants to put based on their legs swimming in an event like this.
They do finish the CAA championship with the 400 freestyle relay. It is the final event, and if that's, if it's as tightly contested as it's expected to be between JMU, Towson, maybe some other teams, you got to imagine he's got to put his best team out there to try and win that event, come away with the CAA championship.
So lane 5 for JMU. JMU goes 1, 2, 3 in that lane 5. James A. Then the senior lane 7 in 2nd, and then JMU in lane 7 in 3rd. So that wraps up the women's swimming portion of today's event, as the men go with Georgetown
in lanes 2, 4, and 6, and Gardner Webb's in lane 3, 5, and 7 for the 400 freestyle relay.
And we'll have the men swimming the 400 freestyle relay. Finishing it up, we do not have a list of who is participating. Again, I think both teams wanted to see who was swimming well on the day before setting their lineup for that. We need to look right in front of us. Coach Long having a little fun with that senior relay team. Teasing them a little bit, how they let the underclassmen edge them out.
But again, the depth shows there in a race like that when you put all your seniors together.
Yeah, the team that won was actually 3 sophomores and a junior, so,
I
good young
might
swimmer.
Be some friendly rousing at dinner tonight to the seniors, I would guess. But again, an outstanding senior day for JMU. Going back and recapping the diving that occurred earlier that we had here on Madison, the 3-meter diving for JMU. And first was Tara McLaughlin, 3:16.05. And second, Carly Alexander of JMU, 2:66.17. And third, Olivia Lehman of JMU, 2:54.40. And fourth, Jen Perks of Georgetown, 2:20.65. Fifth from Georgetown, Cassandra Schwartz, 2:01.08. And sixth for Georgetown, Sarah Jackledge, 180.45. And in seventh for JMU, Katie Shepard, 169.20. Again, senior day here, wrapping up at JMU Savage Natatorium on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. JMU alumni make a difference in their communities every day, and the JMU Alumni Association presents annual awards to honor Dukes for their contributions to the university and society. Learn about the JMU Alumni Awards and nominate an alum today at jmu.edu/alumni/awards.
We are on the third leg of the men's 400 freestyle relay. They have coming up on the final turn, and then we'll have one last swim, 100-yard freestyle relay. Right now it is Gardner Webb in lane 5 leading. The healthy full body length lead over the Georgetown team in lane 6.
Gardner Webb clear out in front on this final leg. Georgetown in second in lane 6, and then the race in third down there in lanes 3 and 4. And Gardner Webb in lane 5 will take home this event win in 3:11.24. Georgetown in second in lane 6, 3:15.31. Gardner Webb in lane 3 and third, 3:15.63. Georgetown in fourth, 3:15.86 in lane 4. So Gardner Webb's lead team wins by 4 seconds clear in the final event here of today's dual meet. We wrap up the meet here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Hoping to get final results, but knowing we got to cut away and get ready for JMU men's basketball against Delaware at 4 o'clock today.
Once again, it was JMU winning 15 of the 16 events on the women's side to take home the dual meet against Georgetown. And it was Gardner Webb defeating Georgetown in the men's side dual meet. We do not quite have final scores yet. There looks like they're still working on it. But we can say that JMU did win the women's portion, and Gardner Webb defeated Georgetown in the men's portion.
Again, JMU celebrating senior day here, women's swimming and diving program wrapping things up. Big thanks to executive producer John Salem, director Jake Tomko, and the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions. This afternoon's meet was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, and Telos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Signing off for Brian Hansen, this is John Martin. Good afternoon from Savage Natatorium. This has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet production presented by the JMU Alumni Association.